Hello, everyone. Welcome to Old World. Let's see if I am actually live here. I believe we are live. Yes, welcome to Old World. We're back with another matchup between Aran and Nizar. This is going to be part 2. Posting a link in the Discord, and I'm going to get my co-caster in here. Let's see, here we are. Let's see if this works. Welcome aboard, Filthy. You are live. I believe we are streaming live. Welcome aboard.
Hey, Sion. How's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Excited to see part 2 of this matchup.
Me too.
Should be
Very exciting game.
Good one. Should be a good second half here. I think they'll start facing some conflict soon. I think Aran has played pretty much a flawless opening game here. And I don't know. I think this could end in this session, depending on how long they play today. If they play 2 or 3 hours, I think this could be it already.
Where are the barbarians from? So I did watch this game, but I don't remember quite as many barb spawns going on for Aran.
That's a good question. Let's see if I can remember. I think it's just a result of some pile up on this camp back here. They are regular raiders. They could be off map, but I don't think they are.
Oh, they look very annoying. He's either going to have to cancel that his almost finished grove, or he's going to have to get a unit on top of that right as he's getting pressured by Nizar. And he's getting multiple improvements now pillaged down south. And they're his science improvements. They're his grove. So they look very irritating right now.
Yeah. The raiders from the south definitely came from the Numidian camp. I was really surprised. Alcaris and I were surprised that the southern path wasn't what was cleared in this game. And it's interesting that we did note that Nizar went north, and I kind of like that Aran chose to go north to match him. Aran scouted the map very quickly early on, so he had a good sense of what Nizar was doing. I'm actually going to check on the map for Nizar and see what his scouting looks like. Take a look at yes. Nizar's vision reveal for the map is still only pretty much what Nizar has settled himself.
Yeah. I do really like the colonies into, or the water settles into colonies into buying all those tiles play. I think that's excellent.
Yeah.
I mean, these Egyptian units are already going to be so fast, and then coupled with water movement, they are going to be, they're going to have infinite movement that go anywhere they want.
Yeah, Aran has been really exceptional at his tile buying in these games. And it's been really nice to see. I think he's been kind of championing that technique more than probably any other player, to be quite honest.
We are going to have to report him for cheating, though. His Druid Aqueduct is ridiculous. I don't know what it's doing, but it seems to be breeding, adapting, evolving. I don't know.
Why? Because the pathing is changing. Because the visual is changing.
If you look at this, yeah, I mean, it's only supposed to give him a set number of tiles. It's not supposed to keep expanding. I don't know what he's doing, but it's cheating.
Oh, wait, what?
No, Sion, it may be hard to get sarcasm here. I'm amused at
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're saying. Sorry. Went right over my head. Oh, actually, that just reminded me. I'm going to have to turn on my little thing so I can read what you're saying, too. All right. Hold on. Give me 1 second here.
Well, he did cancel the grove. That sucks that he didn't.
He did
just drop a unit on it.
I was surprised by that because that. I mean, I guess it would have taken a force march, but that light chariot could have made it there.
Yeah. And again, talking about timing, I was very impressed also with the grove timing for for Aran's identification of this attack is very important, but also for setting up our workers to get them going immediately was excellent. So it's a bummer to see a grove like that not get done.
Absolutely. But I think that's one of my favorite things.
He may be rightly. I mean, this is maybe a greedy play to throw a unit on that grove at this point when he's only got 198 training and he's got Nizar sitting on his borders. It might be a nice, thoughtful play to say, one more grove at this moment isn't going to matter that much, but 100 more training might very well when I have one more force march available.
Yeah, I think he could probably be confident. 80 science turn 41 is a pretty solid amount of science to have. So I think I think you're right. I think Nizar is aggressive enough that you can kind of rely on the fact that there's a pretty decent chance he's going to move troops in to aggress against you, whether it's a good idea or not. So yeah, keeping the training banked makes sense. I dig it.
Man, interestingly, I must have missed the end of this because Aaron has 2 more laws available to him right now,
Yeah,
but he
yeah,
hasn't taken. And
yeah,
one of them is tyranny, which is just a huge production boost right now,
yeah.
production and income.
My suspicion is, well, first of all, let's see. Did the pyramids get finished yet? Yes, it did.
Yeah,
My
they did.
suspicion is he's gonna unlock his seventh and go from,
Oh
um,
yeah,
he's gonna go from 4 to 7 in one turn to really surprise his opponent.
yeah,
Especially if he manages to keep the judge alive in that time, because then he'll have citadels. And well, no, his other big thing actually, no, is he needs to get. I remember he has to
strong.
figure out how to get his culture up, so he's a little bit behind on that. Yeah,
Yeah, although again, nicely for the strategic synergy of this strategy over here, right? Is that his capital is a rider city, right?
right. Yeah,
So it's going slowly, but it's going.
it is going. Yeah.
And these grows will help again. Honey coming up in the cap, more culture.
Yes. 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 It's interesting. He has those highlighted. What did he do? Oh, he had the judge in the capital, right? So he'll be able to purchase those. Although his economy is like fine, but he's not exactly wealthy. So it'll be a second before he can purchase a gardener. Did just purchase an
Yeah,
officer.
he'll struggle a bit too with producing his UUs with this amount of income.
Yeah.
I mean, food's up to almost 100, which isn't bad, but wood is certainly not where he wants to be for that. You can chop to feed some of that, but it doesn't look like there's an endless number of forests on this map.
I
There's a chunk in the middle,
suspect
I suppose.
I suspect he'll go on a pretty large chopping spree in the north, I would imagine, because you could probably afford to clear cut most of that just to keep an open battlefield anyway.
I've been playing around with some judges in my games, and I've been very impressed with them as an archetype. I don't know about starting archetype. I haven't done that too much yet, but
Yeah.
clearly it's working out here.
I think they're pretty good. I think they're easy to overlook. They're easy to underrate. And yeah, it's a question. Starting archetypes are tricky because it's really hard to beat like a schemer and a builder in general.
That's
But
funny. I think builder's probably not in my top 2 anymore.
you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
I think builder really lives right now on intelligent, and I think as soon as intelligent finishes getting its nerf, I think we'll see a lot less builder openings.
it will be interesting to see because I know affable builder is another one that's pretty common that I've seen anyway against opponents and against opponents who are able to do well. I know Fluffy Bunny was a fan of the affable builder for quite some time. I don't know if he still is, but that was one of his signature picks. He ended up getting bored of it. I remember we had a conversation. He was just like, I'm tired of picking affable builders. So it must have been working out well enough for him. But he's
Yeah, I
also
think it's
fluffy, so like, I mean, he can probably play whatever he wants.
I think it's the science that I think doesn't allow that to really work for me. Like I don't know how you compete with players who have good science starts if you have no science off your leader and you're a builder. It just never seems to get there for me. Now thinking about food again, Aaron does have access to a bunch of nets that are unimproved right now. Those crabs are actually going to be a lot of
Yes,
quick food for him, which is nice. And he's
absolutely.
Egypt, so all these farms are going to be excellent. In fact, I'm surprised we don't see them already. The marsh farms I think would be very good for him. He needs food and wood, and he's got river marsh farms as Egypt. Those are going to be huge producers of resources for him.
I would be curious to see if he will adopt. Oh no, he did. He did both laws now. So he did epics and tyranny. So he's caught up on the fact that he didn't fill
Very
other laws.
surprised by epics. Like tyranny, I get like that's just going to be huge for his economy, both gold and training output. But epics versus exploration, I guess there's just maybe no rivers for him. Yeah, there's almost no rivers on this map, I suppose, in the north where they're fighting.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know.
if we assume that this last Scythian camp is going to go into the city of Nekeb, that'll get him at least developing pretty quickly, which I suppose is another node you can use, although we don't have horses. He could colony buy out to these horses, I suppose.
I kind of would like to see.
Also, don't forget, the laws are cheaper now, so he can float into epics just for like 30 or 40 culture and then just swap back, and it's like he paid the same
Yeah.
amount for exploration, so I guess he doesn't really care about it.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I feel like that law in particular, I'm just blanking on his name. Let me go look one more time. That epics really could use a little bit of a buff. I find it, I almost never take that law over exploration. So I would be interested to see if maybe with the judge leader and his bottleneck being culture, that maybe he does get some value out of that.
Yeah.
But I doubt it. I mean, what is that? 3 kills, 30 culture? Is that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd almost rather just see him kind of harvest and put his groves online, and it's probably going to be the same culture gain there.
I would actually like to see him. It would be really neat. He has a scout nearby, he has a worker nearby. He just started improving with the worker. But it would be neat. There are 4 groves up here by the Scythian site. It would be neat to see him take advantage of harvesting for some extra culture.
I mean, I guess I don't know if it's the Scythians who have done it, but 2 of them have the harvested icon over them at the top there.
I
So
think
at least 2 have been done, the wines.
I think it's the Scythians that do that. If they hop
I
over a
don't though, right?
resource.
Because didn't he have the ambition to harvest wine, and now it's no longer there? Oh no, he has it still for
He
6
still
more
has
years.
it. Yes, yeah.
Okay, so it was probably the Scythians. You're probably right. But I expect we'll see that then if he's both got the ambition and there's an unharvested wine right there, and he cares about culture. I expect we will see that.
I would hope so. All right, so let's see where we are at. We have 8 cities in Greece now. So between holding the center and starting to expand in the south, just got 1 up on Aran. But of course, we'll equalize that once we do take out the Scythians in Egypt.
Really surprised to see steel on Greece.
Yeah, the Nizar's text path has confused the shit out of me. The best I can think of is that he's going for a diversified unit comp. He wants chariots, he wants anti-spirits if he needs them, and he, I mean, just kind of like diversified unit comp is the best I've got.
That's a, I suppose, like a nice game, a nice idea, but it kind of doesn't fit the tempo of this game, right? Like you might want to build your ultimate like death ball of all the proper counter units, but when your opponent is clearly rushing their unique unit at a very aggressive pace, you want something that can fight the unique unit.
Yeah, definitely. It's 8 strength units are tricky to deal with, and I think that's another thing. Going back to your comment about falling behind in early science, it's difficult. Everybody has different strengths, right? And there's so much going into this game about building a successful empire or, winning a 1v1 duel. And I think we've seen a handful of times in the tournament where people get ahead in science, but then can't, bring it home because they fail in tactics. This has happened to me. This has happened to Ninja. Both players who were strong players, who manage the empire well, but then it comes to the end game and it comes time to actually fight somebody or do something with their advantage, and they just toss it aside. So it'll be interesting thing. I don't suspect that will happen here because Aran seems like a strong tactical player as well as a strong empire management player, but maybe Nizar has seen some of those games where he's seen somebody, hit an 8 strength power spike. Like for me, it was primarily longbows, and then just still fail against an army that has, archers and spears and axes and every possible unit you could have.
Even Nizar has to know he can see the lavender, right, with the grove on it in that frontal city.
Oh,
and again, like
that
I really wish
Nizar
had forestry and was teching land consolidation right now instead of had steel and teching monasticism.
I agree. But seeing that now would spook the shit out of me. I would instantly know that I have a problem.
Yes, exactly, and that's kind of what I am expecting to see.
But don't forget that was just finished. That was just so in the last couple of turns. That was just finished. So Nizar, once he notices the lavender, like this is the time.
But imagine this turn then. He's going to see the lavender, and he's going to see his opponent go from 4 to 6 laws.
Yeah, I know. And then he's going to shit himself.
Yeah, and he's going to be like, what are my axes doing for me, and where are my goddamn spears?
Right. And that would be my problem. That would be the scariest thing about the lavender for me, because I would look at that, and even if I wasn't clocking land consolidation on this map, and it's clearly a land consolidation map, I'd look at that and be like, oh, right, land consolidation. Then I would look at my empire, and I'd count like a dozen groves, and I would say, oh, no. Oh, no.
And the other thing is, even if we buy this diversity play that you're struggling to solve his decision-making process. And, I'm not saying that you necessarily, but I think that's the one that he's actually gone with. But even then, like land consolidation offers a really flexible army.
I agree.
Right? It gives you both camel archers and elephants on top of, and both of which are very powerful units. And you got to think camel archers are actually pretty decent in this game, right?
Yeah.
The Egyptian unique unit's a horse.
I've been, especially, yeah. If you get the camel against the light chariot, that's a really good combo there. And you know what's interesting? I've actually started after seeing some of these games pan out. I wonder if something like a land consolidation push is kind of like a safe bet, almost regardless. As you're kind of
Yeah,
like,
although looking at this side of the map, looking at Nizar's side, there's only one camel, and it's in that southern city. It's about
yeah,
as far from the front as it can be, and he doesn't, as Greasy doesn't have access to riders, so it's not like he can't even import them either,
right,
unfortunately.
yeah, and he wouldn't have seen that early on because Pylos, this region down here for Greece, got explored very late into the game. Oh, or at least
Gotcha.
where we are currently.
So we did see, it looks like the settler did the harvesting. That's nice and efficient. On the way up to the site for the Scythians.
Cool, nice. Love to
Yep.
see that. Let's see.
Kind of a weird ambition. It shows up as an ambition, and at least me as a player, I'm used to ambitions giving me 10 legitimacy.
It's a
But it's just
goal.
a yeah, right.
That's what it is.
Are there other goals? I don't know if there are any other goals. I
There,
don't know
as
if I'm
far
counted
as
that
I'm
one.
aware, they're the grand total of 2 goals in the game. I think they were an idea that somebody had, and then they ended up being too wonky or weird or
Mhm.
inconsistent to implement. So then we just have the 2 goals that they ended up coming up with. I forget which the other one. I think the other one is try to. I think there's like an event chain where you
Mhm.
get like a vendetta with somebody like a foreign ruler, so this would be single player only, and you can get a special mission where you can try to assassinate that ruler. And it's not even, you
Gotcha.
don't even need a spy master for it. Like your leader can run the mission, um, and that's it. Those are the only 2 goals that I'm aware of.
Well, this top right city that Aaron's about to settle, not very impressive of a city location until you have land consolidation, and then
Yes,
it is an amazing city.
yes, yes. So I really would have guessed, coming, especially because not Ninja, Nizar
Nizar.
had explored the northern part of the map before Aran. So between the 2 players, I would have figured that Nizar would have had beelined land consolidation and put a bunch of land consolidation spots up north. I even expected this
Yeah,
champion city in the north by the horses, which I guess horses make sense. I was almost half expecting that to be another sage's seat, a city, just because there were so many groves in the region.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's wild how many there are on this map. It
It's
is,
a
and then
shitload, shitload. It's insane.
to not have had both players identify that as the tech path they need to go it either it could be an oversight. It just might be a mistake, in which case there's not a lot to comment on about that. But it could also reflect a very different decision making process here, which is always interesting to me.
Yes. I have to imagine when I. Sorry, I'm counting them. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
If you get to big
9,
numbers
10,
you need help with, let
11.
me know.
At least 12. At least 12.
Okay.
Crazy. Yeah. I have to imagine in situations like that given the power that land consolidation can offer, and it's just to the whole game, right? Because you can shoot up to 100 science off of land consolidation alone on the right map, and then you can kind of hang back and not really worry about science all that much. Like, sure, you keep building it up, but like if you shoot to 100 science in the first 40 turns, I mean, you could take a little bit of a breather, start focusing on other stuff.
Yeah, and the sages are very good at adapting to that, right? Both players having access to that family, but the extra civics, the local civics, as well as the extra science from specialists means that you're not only going to find it easier to get those specialists up, you're also going to be paid off a little bit more to do so. So just makes a lot of sense to set that up here in this map.
I have to say, though, we're looking at 70 science out. It looks like the chart hasn't updated just yet for the next turn, but we're looking at 70 science out of Nizar this turn, and I'm currently looking at, what, 80, 90. Oh, it's now 90. Okay, well,
Yeah,
no,
but his
we're 20,
leader is
we're 20 behind.
58. It's an intelligent scholar, and he's
Yeah.
probably, if I had to guess right now, being carried by archives, right? That's
Yeah.
probably where the bulk
Oh,
of his
yeah.
science is coming
Oh,
from.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
The
that
free
ruler,
archive and the scholars.
yeah, this ruler dying. Oh, and he's doomed now, so we're going to watch it tank next turn.
Yeah, it's actually very exciting to see. I missed the Doom, but that would be very exciting to see as well, because I think we're about to see his science halve. I wonder if
Yeah.
it'll be one of these games like playing Civ. Sometimes you'd run into this thing where your gold drain gets too high, so you have
Yeah.
this thing where your science it shows one turn, but you never actually can finish the science. So I wonder if it dies before or after monasticism finishes? Or we're going to see monasticism be like go from 1 turn to like 4 or something, you know?
It should finish, I believe. I believe it should finish. Um, and this is an issue. I don't want to like belabor the point because if Algarth and I talked about it a fair bit in the first half, but this is probably Nizar's biggest weakness is that he, classic fashion, uses intelligent. A lot of players are propping up their early game with intelligent, but then I find like by the mid game, he didn't quite use intelligent to set himself with a solid base science. So then his starting ruler dies, and then his science gets cut in half, and you really don't want to see that happen. We have an extra 6 legitimacy for destroying the Scythians, which is nice, and it looks like we can swap a law if we want to, but none of these events choices seem particularly that great.
Yeah, as I said, very excited to see intelligent get a nerf. I think it's going to do a lot for the early archetype strategies in a way that will be fun to watch.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what maybe we can come up with in future tournaments or future formats to kind of like diversify things.
Yep.
Be curious to explore that and have more conversations with players and people that have been involved in the tournament.
I think the most interesting change that can be made for the whole thing will be if we can get get a random leader before the game starts, before you still pick your civ, so that you can then have a tournament where it's random leader, random trait, but mirrored. And then the players have the information of what their leader is going to be before they pick their civ and start their strategies. Because that's going to force the kind of in the moment brainstorming of what do I do with this weird hand that I've been dealt? I've got a diplomat or an orator or a hero to start with. How do I make this a game as opposed to what we see right now, which is very much kind of executing a game plan they've already brainstormed prior to the match.
I see that the thing though. I mean, I definitely agree some level of variance of basically because that's one of the things. I don't know that I would necessarily favor the concept of bans specifically, but I do like the idea of coming up with a system where there's like 10 nations in the game, right? Imagine if, when you and I are about to do our next tournament match or whatever, imagine if we're dealt a random selection each. Like you're dealt 4 nations, I'm dealt 4 nations, and then 2 of them automatically, without any input from us, are just banned. We can't pick them. So then we pick from the 4. But the thing with...
Yeah, I think the details will obviously have to be hashed out, but I do like the idea of the next tournament showcasing some of the players' ability to adapt on the fly to circumstances that are not the same every time.
Exactly. I think that would be interesting, but I do like the idea that players like kind of conceptualize, well, this is how I play Greece. This is how I play.
Halved 70 to 36. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh my, no, that's perfect interruption. Yeah, no, that's devastating. I think Nizar is going to be screwed. Nizar asks, what happens when your leader is doomed but not ill? Yeah, so for those of you watching who don't understand, doomed is essentially what the player gets when their character is going to die. So basically, there are a couple of things, and like illness is one of them, right? Typically speaking, if I understand this correctly as it works in the code, you very rarely just outright die. What happens is if you're going to die, you get doomed instead, which will afford you 1 turn, or at least 1 turn, to handle your thing. And then what doomed is an 80% chance to die each turn. So sometimes you can survive a couple of turns. But yeah, for the most part, once you get doomed, you're dead regardless what's going on with the character. So yeah, this is awful. This is a terrible place to be.
Well, maybe not, right? So what we have seen is what I would have liked to have seen is some more build up from Nizar with this, right? Like, and as he seemed to say, like, I think his leader death was a little surprising to him. Kind of came rapidly if he didn't have the normal sequence. Don't know what exactly caused the doom. Probably an event if there was no ill or severely ill ahead of it. But he did just transition into almost exactly the game plan you want if you're in this like Axeman early rushing kind of thing, which is he has gone from a scholar carrying all of his early game, picking up the text he wants, into now a zealot that lets him execute his hypothetical unit advantage here. And the
Yeah,
Zealot is actually going to be very good versus 8 strength units too. Stealing 8 strength units is a very big swing.
that's what I
So
was thinking.
this might actually be almost the best he can hope for from this position.
Yeah, and his training is fantastic too. So if he needs to rush out a couple extra units and maybe just, I don't know if it would be too quick, but maybe go for a push now because like isn't Egypt weaker? Egypt is weaker, yeah, because that way if you do end up charging into something like this fight and a couple of light lancers show up, not light lancers, light chariots show up, you manage to enlist one or two of them, that's going to swing everything rapidly.
And that really needs to be his plan.
I,
I don't know if
I
he's
honestly,
identified that or
I
not.
think so.
It has to be because he's got no other. His science just went. From this, even from Nizar's perspective, right? If you look at this from him, he's seen the Grove now. I
Yeah.
think, and he's seen 6 laws. And
Yeah.
his opponent has picked up pyramids and has picked up aqueduct, and the aqueduct's going to be huge early science, and the groves are going to be more science, and the pyramids means whenever he gets his next law, he's going to be able to enact it. So if you're Nizar, you know it's coming.
Yeah, 100%. And it's like it's not even like you have Greece may have more sages cities if I recall, but it's not like Egypt also doesn't have sages. So it's like you don't have any possible science advantage you could have on this map at the moment.
Well, I suppose I got to look at the relative stronger and competent, right? So
Yeah.
Nizar may think he is ahead, but not that much ahead in science. And he may, I don't know what his total bank was. I think we looked and it wasn't higher. But he may have thought that, right? You know, his archive scholars compared to a judge start is very likely to going to put him ahead in science.
Currently,
but it's not by much.
Yeah, currently, despite the difference, they're only about 100 science apart, which is part of the reason why I kind of feel like, yeah, in a situation like this, especially for those watching, it's like I would agree that even though we watching have perfect information, we can see 100 science versus 40 science. We can see, although, actually Nizar can see 6 laws, but we know what's happening because we have this perfect information. I would agree that it feels like your only option to win this game is try to force it an end. And it's risky. You could end up losing anyway, but I think you're definitely going to lose if you wait another, 40 turns.
Yeah, the question is there enough information in Nizar's hand to come to that same conclusion if he starts thinking about it? And
Yeah.
that's the question mark. Is what does the player see compared to what do we see? And not just literally the map, but in terms of what these things add up to.
Yeah. Which is
And,
one reason
I mean,
why
if we
I'd like
look,
to see maybe
Nizar's
more little
econ
bit.
is
Sorry, go ahead.
absolute trash. Like he couldn't. You talked about rushing units
Oh,
training
yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
is no chance of that because he can't rush any units. He doesn't have any resources.
Yeah.
And that may not seem like a great time for him to attack. His reinforcements are going to be slow. But at the same time, if you're thinking about your opponent's strategy, maybe it's the greatest thing ever. But more likely, there's some holes in it somewhere. And one of those holes might be he's got his groves up and he's got his laws out and he's built these wonders.
Well,
Might he be a little bit behind on resources as well because he hasn't had the worker time to do on top of groves and wonders, lumber mills and mines,
So here's the thing, though. He has 2 axes and Qs currently, right? So it's like he actually has the ability. I might even dump resource. Actually, no. We can afford another axe. We have 87 stone. Yeah, you could put an axe. Can we afford it? Almost. We could put an axe in Thessaloniki. We could rush that, and then we could also rush the axe in Chalkis. That gets 2 extra more axes on their way to a front line. And then, yeah, maybe we could do some damage with that. I don't know. Hard to say.
If only those were spears.
I know. I know. And that's actually what's
order
funny.
economy
If they
looking?
were spears, that would be a different story. Because I don't even think Aran has steel, right?
No, I don't believe he does.
Ma-
How is the order economy looking? If we look at right now, 19 with 6 improvements on Nizar. That's not exceptional. I don't see a lot of garrisons out.
25
Checking
orders
around.
looks like from what you just said in Greece, and there's 21 currently with -10 for improvements, so there's about 31 total in Egypt. So Egypt's about 6 orders ahead.
Gotcha. We are, what? We maybe have to apologize because you know what I'm missing about the spear tech?
What?
Nizar is Greece. He has access to hoplites.
Ah,
And he is at 4 laws, right?
fair,
So he
yeah.
may be thinking that looks like exactly what's happened here then. So
Fair.
less of an oversight and more of I have a different solution to horses.
Fair. That is
Now, I can
fair.
still complain about the lack of grove, but
And it's funny that you arrived at that because just as I was looking at Aran's tech tree, right? A thing that you could run into is you could be a nation who's going up against a horse unit. I actually saw this in one of the tournament matches already. It was a Hittite game, so I believe it was Persia versus Hittites, if I can recall correctly. And so both of those players have horse unique units, and what one of them ended up doing was they never got spears. They just got a bunch of axes because their opponent went and got a bunch of spears in anticipation of the unique unit, and the axes ended up doing a lot of serious work because your opponent only had spears at that point. So maybe Nizar was trying to do like a fake out situation of thinking like, oh well, my opponent
the counter,
counter the counter exactly.
And to be fair, the spear bonus versus horses does not apply to defense at range.
I know, which is so shitty.
Well, it certainly, I don't know how I feel about the balance of it or one way or the other. I'd have to give it more thought, but it certainly means that if he's expecting to get attacked, the spear is a little less useful than if he's expecting to be doing the attacking.
Agreed, 100%. It definitely does make it tricky to press that advantage, especially against the mounted lancer more than anything because they have that 2 range. At least the cataphract has to get up in your face.
Yeah. 8 cities, both sides, 6 laws to 4. Zar's going to be feeling that science crunch. It's now about 3-1 in terms of science, right? Science per turn.
Aran has 2 ships in the water. He's about to be clearing this island, the Vandal Island, and I would fully suspect he'll take the center. He does seem to like to expand. I'm curious if he's building another settler. He's building another settler. Well, that's probably for the island as well, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see one more settler after that.
Yeah, another nice side effect of the aqueduct, right? Is it makes a big growth city on top of a big science city. So that's 22 growth coming out of that city, which is excellent.
Yeah, not too bad at all. What do we have for religion in this side? No religions on the Egyptian side of the map, but his political situation is fantastic. I mean, the riders love him.
Yep. Endeared is a nice modifier for their, but limited time though. 47. I mean, probably around for a bit. Yeah. And the other oligarch from the Sage is in love with him, so another huge modifier, which is great.
Yeah.
And then the sad cleric family here, pretty much in this strategy, they exist pretty much to give him divine rule, and that's about it.
Yeah. Did he? He didn't even add. No, he does have one more cleric city up north. Yeah. Okay. So 2 cleric cities. I'll be curious to see if he bothers to bring any more in.
But he probably regrets building that second one. I'm playing around with clerics for the first time in a while, and I regret building my second cleric city.
Yeah.
I don't have any other one.
They're not great. No. Like some city, and which is interesting because there are some families where it's like you mostly care about the seat. Like I would actually argue that champions can be one of them. Like sure, you don't lose out by building more champion cities, but at the end of the day, it's just like 2 extra training, right? But the champion city, the seat is incredible, so of course you want that.
They also have that defensive bonus, which isn't terrible, like for frontline cities.
Sure. But like, I just don't get that same vibe from clerics. It's like, in fact, I don't even want the cleric city for the seat. I literally just want it for the law.
I don't mind the reduction in disciple time, but sometimes it works out such that even with that, it's not very good, right? There's just better places to be building them. But I agree. So I agree mostly.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate. Not everybody agrees, but I mean, we've had an extensive chat on Discord about the clerics. But yeah, it's not even the fact that divine rule as a law or as a perk for the family isn't powerful. It's incredibly powerful. It's a very, very strong perk. I just think the family feels like a mess in terms of why do I want to build it? Why do I want more of their cities? I don't have an answer for that. I get divine rule and then I'm done.
Yeah. Yep. I was brainstorming the other day in the gym about what to do with the clerics, and honestly, you do run into question marks pretty quickly about what direction to go with them. But there's a number. You could do some sort of like holy war kind of mechanic, almost like I was thinking maybe like the opposite of Sentinel, like bonused in like hostile religion cities. Might be kind of fun. That would be cool. Something like that.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll figure something out. The only annoying thing is that, like, once they change something, they don't want to change it again for, like, another 6 months to a year, which is totally understandable, by the way. It would be annoying if the meta shifted every 2 months.
When was the cleric change? I didn't realize it was recent.
It was, I think, in the last 4 to 6 months, so relatively recent. It was certainly this year, undoubtedly, I believe. Um, yeah, all right. Let's take a look back at Greece, back at Nizar, see what we're up to. We're getting some help lights out. Not seeing any rushing yet, which is, or have we? Let me take an actual peek. I'm going to go with no, which is a bit unfortunate because, I mean, we could really be pumping our numbers up very quickly here. I'm, I might be a little too trigger happy when it comes to the rush button because I just want my units now. But, I think his main advantage is that he could potentially overwhelm Egypt early. And a few rushed out hoplites will certainly help you do that.
Yep, I'd like to see that too. But he's got the time to do it. Like, it's a training rush, so basically, whenever he wants to, he can press that button. So
True.
He may be trying to. Does he have a stronghold up, for example? He may be waiting on that.
Yeah, someone in the chat saying, I feel bad for the northern barbarians because they're getting bullied by a boat. And honestly, I have to say, even just one boat, but like two boats is, I never realized that just something as simple as two boats is enough to deal with all of your coastal raiding issues because of the way that zone of control works and how slow they move across the water and stuff and the damage you can do. So, yeah.
I gotta say, I have no sympathy whatsoever for the barbarians. And they're so annoying coastally. Like, it shouldn't be so bad for the city they're headed towards. But if you have improvements along a coast and you're fighting barbarians, or worse, I had a city that had like lakes, and the barb would just it would ignore my zone of control by hopping into the lake, then hop out on the other side and pillage a thing, and refuse to stand still and fight. And you're just like, oh my god, this is the most annoying thing ever.
Yeah.
So no sympathy for the barbs.
It's great. It's great. I really love that. They've made them more annoying in the last couple of months as well, and I'm a huge fan of that because. I don't know. They just never felt like they were anything you really, really had to worry about. They were just there, and you could just ignore them and whatever. And now they actually feel like a proper nuisance, which is cool. All right. So what are we looking at? Actually, let's take a look at the power score. Yeah. So we're looking currently at 610 for Greece to 378 for Egypt. But this is climbing. I feel like each time this jumps up, that's probably another light chariot getting popped out.
Yeah, although we're seeing pretty heavy investment in infrastructure on Aran's side.
Yeah.
Workers, officers, not actually seeing a lot of actual chariots.
Yes. Yes. We've rushed out a gardener in the capital, which will be nice. We have 24 turns until strong, which is what he's certainly looking for. Oh, man. This is the other thing about this tech rate. He's going to get... Oh, man. Aran's going to get machinery in 3 turns. He could get both machinery, depending on the deck cycle, but like just in terms of these two, look at these two techs, he could get monasticism and machinery in 6 turns. That's so gross.
Yeah, I'm expecting monasticism because I'm expecting that 7th law being important to him. But machinery is that both that big resource boost, although not particularly useful for food, but also the counter to the Greek unique unit, right, with the ballistas.
See, you know what? I think monasticism is the obvious choice here, and that's what he's going for. But I actually think I would have grabbed machinery just because if Nizar is going to try and press some advantages, literally just 1 or 2 onagers in this back line protected, I think it would make it impossible for Nizar to press any unit advantage coming into Policium. And so I feel like that would give you the coverage because we're still looking at even with that gardener we rushed in the capital, we're still looking at about 19 turns until we can even build a citadel. So if our judge dies in that time, and I suspect he will, it's going to be another 7 turns before the citadel's finished, or 6. So yeah, we're looking at about 25-ish turns until we have 8 strength units.
No shot, because the 2 things that are going to come out of this are he's going to get polytheism, which is going to be an order per city right now.
Yeah.
Which he needs. And he's going to get monasteries as a multiplier to growth. And he has a huge number of groves up in his cities.
Yeah.
So all that, he's going to get that payoff yet again from investing in land consolidation and investing in those specialists that now are going to get multiplied by an additional 60%.
Ooh, we got Mago. Mago's a fancy character. I have no earthly idea how this motherfucker shows up, but if you look at Governor Mago in Egypt on carcinology, whatever the hell he just named the city, carcinologists, Mago has 6 growth, 6 science, 2 civics, 2 training. He's a rising star.
Yeah, it seems to be related to building grows. I'm not sure
I
where
think
because
so.
he doesn't show up until you build grows for me too. But he's an amazing governor if you do have grows,
Yeah, I
and you
think
can
so.
deal with his rising power stuff.
Yeah, I think it's Grove related. That's a good point. I don't think I've made that connection before, but yeah, that's probably it. I like his hat.
He always comes in with cultivator.
Yes, yes, that's his whole thing. Most of the characters come in with a set. The only one I can think of whose traits are random is Cleopatra Selene. She comes in with her traits. I think are standard, but I think her archetype changes, which I find interesting. Because most of them, I think everybody just has a set layout of all the fancy characters you can get. All right, so we are fully cleared the bottom half of the map with Greece. Well, at least out to our border. The last site down here is a central site. All raiders are headed towards Aran at this stage.
Which with heroicism or whatever it's called, is heroes or epics, whatever the hell it is, it's
Epics,
going
yeah.
to be actually useful for him, right?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Not bad at all. In fact, this Seaborn raid here is an extra 30 culture and Pelusium, so that's not too bad, I suppose.
Wonder if he could use those boats to herd them to the cities that he wants to fight them in.
Sure, I think you could. Maybe?
I don't know. I think they target a city and kind of move towards it, but I wonder if you had enough blockages if you could do it. I mean, he's kind of doing that right now with all the units lining the shores where the barbs can't land.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Like, if they got herded to Nekeb, I feel like if they got close enough to Nekeb, because eventually they just do attack whatever's nearby. I think. Well, actually, no, they probably don't work that way. They try to go on pillaging sprees. I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Yep. And I do like to see the boats again. Naval tends to be fairly snowbally. If you have a couple boats and your opponent only has one, you win the sea, and they can never really get established again without a lot of work. And it's gonna further project the distance by which his units can move. So if he wants to, if he has 3 boats out, he can on one turn anchor a chain of units and then suddenly be attacking the heart of Nizar's cities without Nizar having any time really to respond to it. Just that one turn of noticing the anchor.
No, knowing Aaron, I fully expect he's going to settle the central site, anchor to this Danish site, and probably clear and settle the Danish site too. I don't think that's necessary, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does it.
What's that discrepancy in military right now again from their player perspective? Like, I'm surprised Aran is so comfortable not building more units at the moment. He knows Nizar is an aggressive player. He knows Nizar has 4 laws. He knows Nizar has a unique unit that does extra damage to his unique unit, and he's behind in strength. Why do you think he's so comfortable?
Yeah, it's interesting too because like the gap, like they're similar now. They just dropped down to similar, but the gap between what decides similar and strong is a lot wider than you think, and then between strong and much stronger is a lot wider. So someone can be similar or stronger than you, and they could be way stronger than you actually think they are. 17 seconds left on Nizar. We got 4 orders, so it's still... One thing I think that's nice is that he did get monasticism just as his last ruler died. So thankfully, he did manage to secure at least a little bit of a science source coming in the first reign of the
much
ruler.
Slower on this map in particular than the grows, right?
No,
Since
1,000%.
we're limited by the number of disciples he has to get the monasteries up, and it's capped at kind of 2 for that, really.
Yeah. One thing I like to do is Alcaris has a fun little program that you can pop into the save into. Solver also made one, and it gives you a side-by-side comparison of what techs they got in each turn. You can do that in the game itself, but it's cool to get the printout.
Yeah, I like that too.
What do we have here? So it's like, yeah, land consolidation on turn 36. Crazy. Compared to Nizar getting... monasticism. Well, actually, that'd be an interesting comparison because Nizar's already has monasticism. Nizar got monasticism on turn 44. Aran will be getting monasticism on turn 50, so only 6 turns behind his opponent, but he already had land consolidation, where Nizar is still not really quite close to it.
Although presumably one of Nizar's fourth law from monasticism? It probably was, right?
I believe so, yes. No, maybe. He has 5 now.
Oh, well, I thought maybe that tech made more sense if that was going for his fourth law timing, but if it was his fifth law, it's a little bit less exciting.
Could have been focused on orders. Greece always has trouble getting their order econ online, so it's still an extra 4 orders for Nizar. That actually should run him even now with Egypt, at least again until Egypt gets monasticism for themselves. Then they'll have... Oh, actually, you know what? They won't have orders because they don't have a religion. Yeah, so monasticism is really not going to do much for Egypt other than just get them the 7th law. Which, I mean, is still plenty, but...
No, it will. It will let him build shrines in all the cities, and from divine law is going to be an order per city with a shrine in it, right?
Yeah.
So it will bring him from his... He probably has shrines in 3 to 4 of the cities right now, and it will bring him up to the full total he has. So it'll be at least 5 orders for him, and probably, since he's still expanding, 6 or 7.
I'll be curious if he'll head that way. He has portcullis flag. He has architecture flag. He still needs phalanx into citizenship before he can get divine rule. So it doesn't look like it's a priority, but it could be he has hydraulics flagged as well, which I think is solid. That's going to be even more science. Yeah, he's playing a strong game. He's playing a really strong game. He's already at over 100 science on turn 48. This is I've told people that I have a metric, which is, you know, at least as much science on the turn you're on. So, you know, turn 48, the bare minimum you want is to have 48 science per turn. But honestly, if you're really cooking, this is really what you should try to shoot for. To have be hitting turn 50 and getting something like turn 80, like 100 to 80 to 100 science per turn right around the turn 50 mark.
It does weird things when you have this much science to the game, because it compresses that tech tree, which is already kind of not a huge tech tree to begin with, and it compresses it so much.
Yes. Well, that's what I find fascinating about the multiplayer scene in general, because competitive mode automatically boosts your science baseline by like 4 when you're opening the game. So the pace of the game itself in multiplayer, to me as a primarily single-player person, has always felt much quicker. It feels like a quicker game in a multiplayer match than it does in single-player, for sure.
Yeah, probably good for that, or good that is the case, rather.
Yes, no, yeah, I think I like it. I think it makes sense. You know, because the games already run long enough. Some of these games have been like 9, 12-hour games. So
I have enjoyed some of. I used to play a bit. I think mostly with Alcaris, with 0 tech starting option enabled, which has been pretty fun. It does do a little bit to reduce the uniqueness of the civs a little bit, but it was kind of fun to start from such a baseline of nothing.
Yeah. I've played a couple of games that way too, and that's another one that kind of, when you play with no tech modes, you get another science boost, and that combines with competitive mode. So I think if you do no techs, competitive mode, no techs, I think you get something like 10 science base income on top of the normal science rate you'd get in single player. The first time I ever played that way, I was like, why the hell am I getting, it was like iron working. It's like, why am I getting in this in 3 or 4 turns? That makes no sense. All right, so we're getting combo for the Greeks, which isn't not a bad grab. Certainly will open up the ballista, which could be helpful in the event that we have to go to war with anyone. Of course, the chariots won't really care too much about that, but could increase our kill potential. We do have our own chariots, which can route, unlike the Egyptian unique unit. So if we get a good enough blast down a straight line like this outside of Pelusium, with a ballista, we could open up a solid route chain and maybe get some kills. I'll be curious to see if maybe he tries to leverage that as a timing window. Still a bit risky. I mean, I feel like the clock's ticking here for Nizar, but I can't quite say the correct thing to do, to be honest. It's tricky. Really tight spot to be in. Building some more disciples, though, which does make sense because he has monastery potential. And we went for polytheism first, which I like. I think Greece has decent enough shrines. They're all eco-oriented, but still you can get an extra science and an extra 2 civics in every city if you really want. Normally I only pick one or the other and then spam them everywhere and then get ready to hop into divine rule for the orders. But still, nice to see poly first. I suspect we'll do monotheism after. Yes, no comment in chat. No tech plus comp mode has been the default multiplayer setup for a long time before the recent shift, and you're welcome. I'm not going to take full credit for it, but I had a lot of conversation with people like Ninja, with people like Alcaris, and basically everyone I played, and I kind of theory crafted out the difference between no tech mode and starting tech mode, and the pros and cons of both, and I really... especially going into this tournament when we were setting it up, when Alcaris and I were talking about it, and like people, in the group chat about, I think not the group chat, we started a thread about like, what do we want out of a tournament? And the two things I suggested more than anything was network play, because I think it opens up this opportunity where we can live stream games and follow along the action and talk about the whole experience as viewers. I think that's great as a community. Much, much, much harder to do that with cloud games. Still possible, but harder. And then the other thing I suggested was I thought that we should all play with text on, because I think that makes the faction compositions way more interesting, and I think it opens up more strategies about, like, even someone like Hittites. It's like, oh, I start husbandry. Oh man, should I go straight for spoked wheel? Like that question. It's like, I think it's interesting, and so it's really cool to see, and I'm glad it's been picking up. All right, it looks like our barbarian issues have been cleared out.
You mean his roaming source of culture has dried up?
Yep. And we have another rider's city out on this fish. All right. How many riders? I give it 3 riders, 2 clerics, 4 sages. That sounds about right. Going straight for a worker out in the ocean. Okay. And... interesting. Maybe we're going to buy a tile, and we're going to do some beautiful... This is my favorite thing about Aran. It's like, this guy, everyone talks about how serfdom. You got to get to navigation as quickly as you can. You got to get serfdom. I'm pretty sure the last 3 games that Aran has played, he has sat... Not even has he used colonies to good effect. I believe he sat in colonies for the entire game. This guy does not need the extra 5 orders, and it's awesome.
Yeah, but he does a lot of flexibility as long as that judge is alive, right?
Yeah.
It is only 200 to change between them if you don't have a judge, but it gets more expensive every time you change, unlike with the judge where it stays at 100. And the judge is a recurring source of civics in of itself, not only from its charisma line, but also from hold court, which is very powerful.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite abilities in the whole game.
So although he is currently just sitting on colonies right now, he has the ability, unlike a player with a different leader at this point in the game, to just swap back the second the action goes to like a hot war as opposed to a cold war.
Yeah, 100%. I just find it interesting because I've been noticing it in his playstyle in general. It's like, I'm pretty sure in my game, he never swapped to serfdom. Or he might have towards the end once we were really in the thick of battle. But
yeah, it does go very counter to how orders are normally perceived.
Yeah, it's really, really, really cool. It's really cool. I like to see it, and it's working out well for him. So, I mean, good.
I really do like seeing the water buying with boats and I guess it won't be workers, just basically boats, but it's still a very nice way to get those boundaries connected.
Yeah, the only other unit you could do it with a scout, but you'd have to have exploration. But yeah, tile buying across the water. I'm glad they added that. That wasn't there like a year or 2 ago.
Man, that's a nice scout from Aran. Sat in between the 3 frontal cities. I would like to see Nizar take a second and chop that one spot, probably the spot in front of the gems as well at the top, just
Yeah.
to deny that kind of vision on the front. You don't want to let your opponent see exactly when you're going to move.
Honestly, I would like to see Nizar take his scout and do a little bit deeper scouting into Egypt and see what's really going on, because he knows there's forests down there, so he could probably has a place to hide, and I think it's worth a peek. He
Yeah, I
would,
suspect he is order starved at the moment. That's what at least
yeah,
I'm
that's
seeing
probably it.
behaviorally. A lot of improvements going up on his side. 7 worth of orders, and he is fighting, continuing to use military movement. I suppose so is Aran, but this is probably the difference between divine rule and not, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting those units poised on Greece's frontal city to have done something earlier. Now this waiting game, I think, really does not favor either Nizar's playstyle or his board position.
Me too. And I was thinking when I was talking about, oh man, he could be rushing stuff right now, I was thinking that maybe, Nizar was waiting for that 50% production mark to get, the best discount for rushing. So maybe he puts like a few turns into an axeman and then rushes out. But we're not
Is that not
seeing...
linear? The reduction in cost over time for that? Or the reduction by production?
I don't have the math because, again, I am so trigger happy with rushing. I'm very thrilled to just put somebody in the queue and instantly rush it out because I want my unit now. But we have a thread on Discord somewhere where someone basically mapped it out where the best value you could get in terms of long-term actual cost of, what you're spending to rush something out is if you put 50% production into the unit.
Oh, neat. If you get a second and think of it after the cast, for example, maybe you could shoot me that link because I'd love to.
Yeah,
I'd love
sure.
to read that thread.
Sure.
I didn't know that.
It's extra cost. All right, yeah. Alcaris is telling me in chat that the rush costs extra between 0 and 50% production. Again, I'll try to find the link for you and I'll send it to you, or we can ask Kitten about it on Discord because I'm pretty sure Kitten's the one who went through the whole spiel.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's interesting. There's lots of little things to pick up always in this game.
Yeah. Oh, it never ends. It never ends. I'm still learning stuff about this game constantly.
Yeah, a lot of fun though. A lot of fun. The depth in it.
Yeah.
So husbandry from Aran.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder why. Oh, it wants portcullis.
Yeah. So if we're thinking
architecture and portcullis, these are science tags.
Yeah. Which kind of surprises the shit out of me. I mean, but my thinking on portcullis is maybe he tosses an agent in all of Nizar's cities to give him a full sense of when he could just blow his nation up. Because, I mean, it's only a matter of time from what I'm looking at.
Yeah, and I think there is something to be said about the cost of picking up another science tech gets less when your science is so far ahead. So
Yes.
if you're not like pressured on the board and
Yes.
not being pressured on the board, well, you can invest a little bit in 2 turns or 3 turns of a science tech as opposed to the 6 or 7 your opponent might have.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's kind of why I go on those spiels about saying like, oh man, because you figure the average duel is probably a 50 to 100 turn game, right? So, I mean, some of them last longer, some of them go the long haul to the end game units and all that stuff. But some of these games, especially on these smaller maps, they can end in 60 turns. So that's one of the reasons why if I am sitting here looking at a number that's 100 science per turn on turn 50, I'll be honest, I kind of just stop thinking about science. I'm like, okay, now where can I get my military? I can get 3 turns to machinery. Great. Now let's start building onagers. I get my 7th law coming up soon. Great, cool. Let's get 8 strength unit. Let's go kill somebody. Let's go, end the game. Of course, you need to actually be able to follow through and pull that off. And not everybody's going to let you do that, but
yeah, and there's something also to be said that you can, with the disparity of like a single strength of unit, right? Like a 6 versus a 5 or an 8 versus a 6, for example. The room for error is smaller than, for example, you have a 10 strength unit out and they're sitting on a 6 strength unit.
Yeah.
So there is something to be said about, again, when you're not under pressure and you think the rest of the board state favors you longer term, there's something
Mhm.
to be said about sitting back.
Yeah, and I think honestly that's probably one of my biggest weaknesses. I always have chalked it up specifically to tactics, but I also think what it comes down to is me being like, hey, well, I'm really, really far ahead now. So let me go do something to end the game. But in reality, I actually think about back to my match with Aran, which are like, well, if I didn't attack him the first time, and then I didn't attack him the second time, and I just kept building up and attacked him once I actually had like the first time it was like, hey, I hit my unique unit. The second time was, oh, okay, I have my unique unit and longbows. And then the final time was like, well, I finally have ballista. It's like if I just got all of the things and then attacked, it's like I still had tempo on him. I still had so much more science in the tree and all this different stuff. So I would have hit that point where I had all three of those things and he still would have been behind me. But instead I wasted time just kind of launching two failed attacks and because I thought,
Yeah, there's
oh, I could just end the game.
yeah. I mean, it's an evaluation, isn't it? It's another skill set of being able to figure out when that timing is, because the scariest players are the ones who can do that at
Oh,
any
it's
of
the
those
hardest
things.
thing to do. It's the hard. I think I agree with Alcaraz. I think the hardest skill to develop in this game in multiplayer is learning when to attack and when not to.
Yeah, and how to attack efficiently is another hard one, because there are the ability to manipulate the terrain is really good in this game. So
Oh yeah,
setting up
yeah,
points that are difficult to attack into is kind of one of the things you're trying to do always as a player thinking about being attacked. So
yeah.
finding a way to crack those is challenging. But I think it's the players who have the flexibility to hit you, and the first time they're a little bit ahead, or the flexibility to out econ you later. They're the scary ones because they have all the tools.
Yeah.
And it feels a lot like that this game again to me. Seeing that from Aran, that his toolkit is very deep, right? He has a lot of different ways that he can play, and he plays
Yes.
well in a lot of those domains.
Yes. He's a very strong opponent, and I think what makes him strong is that he's diverse but consistent. It's like I struggle to find when watching him play because we analyze, we nitpick, we say, oh, maybe this, maybe that. When watching Aran play, I struggle to find where he makes mistakes, which is very impressive when we're thinking about he's played several different matches against several different opponents of a variety different of play styles. So it'll be interesting. I'll be curious to see how he does against Klaus if he wins this match, because he'll be against Klaus Koala, who's been a very impressive opponent for his own reasons. And of course, if Aran makes it to the finals, I'll be curious to see how he deals with whatever opponent survives the elimination, because I have to suspect. Basically, I'm trying to say is that I would like to keep seeing Aran face off against more and more difficult opponents because he holds his own quite well.
I was gonna say, I think you're likely to get that wish granted.
No, I know. I would be very interested in a rematch though, because I had a sneaking suspicion that I was probably going to lose my match against him. I'm going to be honest. I have a private prediction of this entire tournament mapped out from after like the first round, and yeah, my match, I predicted myself going up against Aran on the top bracket, but I actually had predicted him beating me. And then I think my prediction then ended us with both of us making it to the end of the bottom bracket, and then above that matchup is just a question mark because I feel like it beat me the first time, but I don't know if I would learn my lesson and then be able to beat him the second time, or if he would just categorically beat me.
Well, I think this, maybe as much as I don't like the recurring archetypes, recurring strategies that I see in this tournament, which I think is in part a byproduct of the rule set and part a byproduct of the balanced state of some of the traits. I do nevertheless like to see the kind of well thought out strategies that are more than just adapting to the situation at hand. I like adaptation to the situation at hand, but I also like the players who have prepared strategies. And this Egypt strategy that we're seeing here, I have a game going with Aran as well with a very similar setup that he specifically said was practicing for the tournament. So again, I get the same level of kind of appreciation I got from watching Oro's game versus Fluffy, which was I like seeing someone have an idea of what they wanted to do and then work on the execution before the game and then execute when they're actually in the match. And I don't know, maybe you were doing that with your Carthage game or maybe not, but it's cool to see it sometimes.
Yeah, I think the Egyptian judge, I also think the Axumite judge, although the Axumites have not been doing very well in this tournament, but I think both are strong contenders for making early judge law timing attacks or timing in general, because both nations start with labor force, both nations have clerics. So yeah, you can really leverage that timing quite nice. I think Egypt is
But
the
even with
better
intelligent
nation.
getting nerfed, it's going to also nerf that judge strategy to some degree because the judge, part of the limitations of that strategy are the timing on how long your judge lives. Can you get to citadels or not, right?
Yeah.
Can you get that free upgrade? If your judge even dies 5 or 10 years earlier on average because you don't have intelligence and it takes 5 or 10 more years to get to that same law timing,
Yeah.
well, you're going to see a change in that strategy.
I think the judge will become more of a 6 strength rusher, likely. I don't know that you have to rely specifically on intelligent. You could probably do educated judge, so maybe we'd see a pivot there to educated instead.
Well, that's, I think, Kitten's complaint about trying to balance any of the traits. And
Exactly.
I kind of agree on some level, which is you're just going to go almost in rank order between which traits are better. And they're not designed to be competitive in that way. So I like the idea of changing the rule set to try to play around that. So less of the prepared, I'm always going to go for a science boosting trait and more of a, here's the traits I've been dealt. How do I maximize that approach? Which seems like a fun way to do it.
You'd still run into the exact same problem of people trying to maximize what is the most perfect thing, but an idea that I thought would be really cool for some type of play style would be, rather than picking strength, having everybody have to pick a weakness.
Yeah, I like
Still going to run into the exact same issue, but I think it would be cool.
Actually, like your idea in the thread was actually my favorite of all of them, which was I kind of extrapolated out what you meant. So if you didn't mean this, by all means, say something. But I read it as essentially, I liked the turn 1 tier 0 level up. So, normally a character levels up on, 100 experience and that's their first level up. I like the idea of starting no traits. And then on turn 1, you're offered a pick of like 4 randoms, but it's mirrored between you and the opponent.
Yeah.
So it adds that kind of like, yeah, the random going into it. You and your opponent have the same decision tree to make, but your decision versus their decision is going to both determine part of your strategy, but also maybe play out differently to see who can make those better decisions. I thought that was a really fun idea.
I think it would be cool, because I think it would be cool if it was a choice rather than, oh, we both got Pathfinder.
Yeah.
And that could be cool because maybe, maybe intelligent is in the pick, but maybe also, I don't know, robust or something cool could be in the pick as too. I don't know. It's weird. We'll figure it out though.
Yeah, or maybe this game, that you were planning on one strategy, you got offered intelligent, and suddenly you have to reevaluate it all on the fly. Or apparently, maybe the next game where you're hoping to do the repeat of last game, you don't have a science option now, and you have to figure out again what you're going to do with a much slower timing push. So yeah, I like the idea of the diversity that might arise from it.
We do have the judge dead in Egypt. We have a commander now on the throne, which is actually not too bad. A romantic, fierce commander, but he is superstitious. However, even with becoming superstitious and losing any science from the intelligent, we still have 83 science per turn in Egypt. So that just goes to show another example of taking the science that you have from a strong opening, whether it's intelligent, whether it's a scholar, whatever, and using that science to get yourself into a place in the tree where you develop a solid bedrock and foundation of scientific progress. That way you're not screwed as soon as your leader dies, which is a little bit of what we saw happen in Greece.
Yeah. I'm surprised this game has not gone to hot war with the situation that this session started with.
Me too.
I get on some level, I mean, as we're talking about before, Aran consolidating a lead, in my opinion. He's continuing to expand. He has access to the water in a way that Greece doesn't. Greece has not even built a single boat that I can see, and doesn't seem to have any intentions of doing that. And I've already mentioned this, like getting a little bit behind in the water often means you're permanently behind in the water. So
yeah. Well, I think Aran's doing kind of what you described. Aran is ahead. We can tell that he's ahead. Aran can probably deduce and assume that he's ahead, and he doesn't have any real reason to try and force an end to a game where he's in the lead of. Like, he's not going to make that mistake that I tried to make in the first half of our game, where it's all like, hey, I got my elephants, let's fight for some dumb reason. So the hot war in this match, in my opinion, is entirely in the hands of Nizar saying, no, no, I'm running out of time. I need to throw every axe, every chariot, everything that I have at Aran now before he just gets out of hand. A nice earthquake in Egypt, so this will be a little bit of an order setback for the Egyptians. We're looking at about 8 or so damaged improvements. These earthquakes are always massive, man. They hit like 5 cities.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see any. I had an experience game with a couple of I think they're monsoons, typhoons, some version of one of the water-based storms, and it was on a inland sea map like this, where all your units are basically in a more stalematey game, where your units basically spread all the way across the coast, and it was hitting like I think I had 208 damage in one turn from one of these things just to units,
Holy
and plus
shit.
pillages on top of that, and it's just like, oh
That's awesome.
my god. So
Yeah,
I will be curious.
I like them. I actually like the calamities, but I think someone made a post recently about like, oh, what about weather effects? I think it actually would be cooler if like rather than something like a monsoon that just does something annoying like damages a shitload of units and pillages every tile it can touch or whatever. I like so many of the weather effects, like the rain and the sandstorms. It would be cool if they could come on every now and then on a turn, but they just do something tame. Like if a sandstorm shows up, like your movement
You don't
is
want
reduced.
to force 5. You want a category like 1.
Yeah, you like your movement gets messed up. Like whatever, or it's like, oh, it's raining, so I don't know, fucking something else. Like maybe your range is your vision
your leader
range
has
is
minus
reduced.
20 opinion because it's
Yeah.
overcast out.
Yeah, like I don't know, but some of them, man, they hit, and then when they hit, they just hit like absolute trucks, and it's just insane. Which I mean, like maybe there's room for that to happen too, but like it feels like every time a calamity hits, it hits like a truck.
Yeah. Yeah, I think another fun single player thing, but hasn't really added much to me in one-on-one multiplayer matches.
Well,
Like,
no,
I
that
don't really
honestly,
enjoy
that's even a criticism in single player, just because of the micro. Like I get the damaging it because it's effectively an order tax, right? It's you damage a bunch of improvements, so now you need to move a bunch of shit around and repair. It's just an order tax, right? But dude, that's micro intensive. Just have the event fire and ask me to pay or force me to pay 8 orders. Like, don't make me actually go around the map and micro repair 9 improvements.
Oh, you don't want that though, because imagine that scenario in multiplayer, right? Like you're in the middle of a hot war and some like city in the back gets hit with like a typhoon or something. You're like, I can wait on those repairs. So like I need my orders right now. I don't want them just removed from my order setup.
I guess, yeah, I guess that's fair. But yeah, hey, here we go. We have Aran clearing the central site. We do have a settler coming up, and we have a settler moving towards the middle site. So as expected, Aran is just expanding, consuming the entire map. Oh, that's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Just everybody take notes. This is just simple, consistent. You know what it is, and I've made this comment about Fluffy as well. I think what I've noticed about the really strong players is that they're just playing their game. They're not overly concerned. What is my opponent doing? What is my opponent's play style? Like, like someone like me, where I'm like, oh, now I have my leverage. Let's go end the game. No, they just play. They just keep playing their game.
I don't agree with that assessment. I think it misses the nuance there. I think maybe let's say I grant you that this is very good play from Aran right now, and like I'm certainly this game has been, but let's say this middle stuff I agree with or something like that, right? I think this is in part a reflection of him assessing the situation. He goes, Greece has some units over there, but not a lot. Greece isn't pushing right now. Greece doesn't have groves up. I'm ahead and can afford this. I don't think it's as removed from Greece's game as you're suggesting it is. I don't think it's independent of that. I think it's very much aware of and reacting to that.
Yeah, all right, perhaps.
And we do see some harvesting from Greece up north. So we were talking about where is he gonna? I guess I was talking about Aran. How is he gonna fund his units? But Greece looking like absorbing some resources, possibly in preparation for either a wonder or a push of some sort, or either of the heavy wood wonders up there. Yeah, mausoleums available.
Wonders
Greece close to strong. Yeah, Greece hit strong in the capital not too long ago. Don't know how many turns ago. Probably relatively recent, judging by that bar. So that may be a mausoleum setup. Or sorry, not it's mausoleum, not museum. I was thinking that was museum. Don't know what that's setting up for then exactly.
I would like to see a Jebel because we do have both religions. That'd be more orders and open us up to temples if we need them.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the mass wood chopping on Greece, but that is
Yeah.
none of the wonders are wood based here, so this is something else. And if I look at their resources, they don't actually seem to have.
His
Maybe
unique
was there a
unit would be
fire
the
up
only
there and I
thing I
missed
could
it?
think about.
Selling it for something, but what? Maybe just these monasteries. I do see 3 monasteries being built in a row here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's went there.
Probably that. He's also built another hoplite that costs wood as well.
Yes, yeah, a mix of wood and iron for his unique unit.
Three monasteries in a row. That's not too bad. Let's take a look at that. What is the science now? 43. Yeah, oh man. Unfortunately, I just feel like he's not going to catch up. Because Aran
No,
already... Yeah.
there's no reason he should catch up. He's taken the weaker science text on a map and then done it slower. I mean, that suggests he's going to get out tech pretty hard, but I suppose we'll see.
Well, I mean, he will still have a huge burst once once Nizar does get land consolidation, if he can grab it, he will still get a huge burst of science. I guess at that point it will be a question of how much further he's fallen behind, because currently we're looking at now a gap of about 600 science in favor of Aran. So, I mean, that's just only going to grow wider, of course.
Yeah, it's interesting putting that in perspective because 600 here is a tech of the level of doctrine or mana or stirrups.
Right.
1 tech of that, or 1.5 techs of the tier before in terms of raw cost.
Yeah.
So that's the difference
So
there.
I would say 600 we're probably looking at about 2 or 3 tech difference considering where both players are at in the tree. Probably closer to just 2. I mean, we're looking at forestry and land consolidation right now. That right there is 600 science, and that's one of the techs. Those are 2 techs that Greece doesn't actually have. So there you go.
I don't love this time Nizar is giving Aran because, I was talking about it from Nizar's side earlier, but we're seeing it on Aran's side, which is these families, the sages with the civics boost, are taking this time to build specialists. And the specialists they're building are both easier to build for them and also better than the regular specialists. So these groves are getting upgraded with gardeners, which are excellent specialists. We're going to probably see barracks come down and then be upgraded in those sage cities for both the officers, the science, and the additional yield there. I mean, it's just this time is going to benefit Aran.
Yeah. Yes. It's that's the thing that gets you so anxious, I think, is once you start feeling like your opponent ahead. Especially, like, if I were looking at myself, again, this 44 science falls behind my bare minimum of wanting at least 53 science right now, at least about 50 or more science at this stage in the game. So if I'm looking at 44 science right now, and I know my opponent has land consolidation, which I should because I could see the lavender, oh yeah, I would just be sweating hardcore right now. Because I know every
and it's not like Nizar is doing nothing about it. He is
Yeah.
attempting to, he's boosting his science where he can, but it's an interesting decision on some level because he could go all in on trying to just match that science with inferior science texts like specialists everywhere and building monasteries everywhere and setting up some governors to do multipliers of the base yields, that kind of stuff, right? And to a degree, he is doing that. But the other route he could take is do some damage, force the opponent to have to wait before developing the things that they've already teched for.
Yes.
And he hasn't chosen that route. He's chosen the more passive route.
And that's one of the things about the smaller maps that I find it the value of developing a border with an opponent early and then creating some level of tension or aggression, because that, regardless of who's ahead of whom, I feel like having a tense border between 2 nations in this type of dual arena automatically starts slowing both players down. Because you can't just
builds units. Yep.
Yeah, you can't just build workers. You can't just build specialists. You have to develop more queues to building units in the just to deal with the possibility that your opponent might try to leverage an attack against you. And so that's why it can be important to cross the map early, expand towards your opponent, especially if you think you're doing well, right? And develop that
Well, big,
border because it will
I
slow them
definitely
down.
agree, and I think Nizar could be doing more of that now. I mean, he's got hills overlooking Aran's first city in the center. I'd like to see some forts up there. I'd like to see
Yeah,
some roads moving towards Aran. I'd like to see some preparation for an attack, even
yeah,
if he isn't
pressure. It's
immediately
pressure.
planning one. Exactly, because it
Yeah,
makes it so the opponent's board can't just be a specialist in every city. Now,
exactly.
Aran seems to have hit the timing he was looking for, though, because those specialists are swapping over, seeing a mix of military coming out of his cities now.
We got some
Archers,
Stompy Boys coming out
elephants, and
on. I love these city names, by the way. He's really getting into it. I don't think he did this in any of his other games, but we have Animal Worship as a city name here, which is fun. We got a Stompy Boy coming out there. And Nizar put his Zealot on a hoplite, which is overlooking and in range of these light chariots. I'm curious if
ooh, can he one-shot it?
no,
No.
unfortunately, he cannot unless he has crit. He has a 4% chance to crit, so I think. Oh no, he'd be 1 HP away. However, I think I mean, this is going to get settled next turn, so there's nothing he can do about it. But I'll be curious if we see some aggression, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, so what do we see? We see Nazar's training bank is dumped. So he's rushing a settler in his cap, possibly, maybe just to take the city he cleared. Maybe he's trying to contest middle. It's going to be too late if he is trying to contest middle and he sees that settler. So it's probably not to contest middle. It's probably just to get that boundary city up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Zealot on the board right now. On the one hand, I get the threat of the Zealot, and when fighting goes hot, you're going to want that. But in the short term, this is a Zealot who can be a science multiplier, excuse me, not a science, a training multiplier in a city. Kind of would have liked to have seen this stay in the champion cap for spamming those hoplites out a little bit.
All right, we do have unpopular on the commander in Egypt, and we do have the Seek Political Allies mission.
You mean the get drunk button?
Yeah, running, and so we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not this is successful. Because 5% rebel chance in all cities just for no dumb reason is certainly annoying to deal with.
Yeah, this is the behind the throne stuff. I don't know, sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. It adds a lot of variety, but the variety sometimes can be unpleasant in terms of the RNG.
Yeah, honestly,
Ugh.
unpopular is one of the traits that I like because the only time it only shows up is normally when you take an event option that, like, whatever is the good thing you were going to get or, like, maybe the bad thing you were trying to avoid. It's, oh, you get an unpopular along with it and or instead. So I actually don't mind. Unpopular is one of the things that I like quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm confusing it with stress. Stress is the one I don't really like. I think unpopular I'm mostly okay with.
Yeah. Yeah, stress can be interesting. Stressed is... yeah, I get what you say. You're the get drunk button because you get drunk all the time when you try to clear it.
Yeah.
All right, we
So
got...
looking at this, there's something I wanted to comment on. What the hell was it, though?
And we cleared it. We did clear the unpopular in one hit.
Nice.
So and our civics rate is
Yeah.
fine, so that's no big deal.
Yeah, although I think a lot of our civics is left over from that judge. By the way, did he switch anything back before his judge died?
No, he's
He
still in
kept
colonies.
epics,
I
kept
swear to God,
colonies.
Aran has to be on like a mission at this point. He's like, he probably has his own personal goal. Maybe he hasn't shared with anyone. It's like, I'm going to win every match in this tournament while without ever adopting serfdom. That way, when these idiots chirp about the serfdom meta, I can just be like, well, I mean, it's fine, guys. What are you talking
You
about?
think he's achievement running the tournament for colonies is what you're telling me?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Uh-huh. It could be. It could be. Make sure to give him one. If he wins this tournament, only go in colonies. You make sure you give him an achievement.
We should. We should. It's awesome. I mean, it's crazy. I really don't think he. We played a 120 turn game, and I don't think he used serfdom once on that game. I don't remember, but I'll have to double check the save.
It is extremely powerful fighting from your own territory, and it is
Yeah.
extremely powerful having water connections between
Well,
all your
yeah.
cities as well.
And so in a roundabout way, right? It's like by getting all these borders connected, ensuring they get connected. And this is also something that you see in all three of the matches that I can think of is that like he's using it specifically for water border buying.
And one more, he's also buying groves,
Yeah.
which I think is also very good right now.
And
So he's buying groves that are out of his borders.
yes, yes, yes. And he actually should. Yep, he has some notes along the horses to buy these horses into this city as well. So that's always good. Buying these strategic resources is important. But yeah, even that water tile movement is, I mean, that's also order economy. So it's harder to conceptualize that colonies is actually an order law too.
Yeah, and it saves him building a million roads, and it saves him a lot of movement orders when he finally does get going
Yeah.
militarily.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask who picked the map on this one. So who picked first Civ and who picked map?
Oh boy, that is a good question. I could have answered you if this were part one, but I believe I have since forgotten. Let me see.
Okay.
I'm going to take one quick second.
I wonder if that husbandry tech was really just a reroll. He's literally put down none of these pastures yet.
Aran picked the map.
Interesting. This feels like a large inland sea to me. Like, I know it's dual. I don't mean large as a size. I mean, it feels like on the high end of how big the inland sea maps get.
Yeah. I think what ends up happening is that we end up getting a match where the structure of the map creates a dynamic where it's not feasible for the players to fully clear the map before they start ending up in conflict with each other. So like Purple Bull ended up in a game where it's like it was literally just the top half of the inland sea that played in a factor.
I think it's a huge impact on the balance of a game is the map generation. I think it often goes under the radar.
It's a massive one. It's a massive one.
I had a long talk with Soren on my stream a couple of years ago talking about the balance of Old World and kind of the direction and some of his decisions. It's basically a big interview of talking with Soren about his game. And after that interview, I connected him with a Civ 5 modder who had done map stuff for the multiplayer scene in Civ 5, specifically because I thought one of the weaker sides of the Old World kind of push to perpetually make their game better is I think the map development side is a little on the weaker side.
I agree.
And I think because it's so easy to overlook the impact the mapped scripts have on the games.
And this is 100% true even in single player. Like I was just having a conversation about this and I was attributing it to overall game difficulty and like the what feels like a binary of like you either get an incredibly hard game or you get an incredibly easy game, and
you get a mountain wall.
Right. Yeah. And basically in that conversation, so that was the subject, like the difficulty. But really, for me, the biggest determining factor of that is the map generation. Like, do you get tossed in a wilderness of nothing but barbarians? Well, that's a completely different game if you get tossed inside the middle of three nations, and you have to, and I'm talking single player here, but even still, it's like it plays a huge factor. Or like, do you get 5 pearls at the start of the game? Like, that's insane.
Yeah. And I don't know what the end result of that conversation was. All I did was connect the two people so they could talk or not talk about that as they saw fit. But I would love to see that get talked about a bit more of what makes good multiplayer maps. What types of things are we looking to have as knobs to turn when we're trying to get a diversity of games while still having games that have player interaction? Because giant SimCity matches tend to be pretty boring. But at the same time...
Yeah, sorry. Go, keep going.
I was going to say that at the same time, games where you start directly next to your opponent or it's all like conflict with warriors are also sometimes a bit boring. It's nice to see a variety of different situations arise and be played in. And I'm kind of curious what knobs would generate those best.
One of the things on maps, about maps in general, that I've grown to become quite fond of is actually low resource density. Because things like this, all of these crabs down here in Byzantium, it's like, yeah, this is cool and exciting to see and whatnot. But I think both in a multiplayer context and a single player context, like you get one site like this will literally define your game. And that kind of drags the experience down for me a little bit, to be honest, because this just feels like too much in one location for one city to be able to inflict upon an empire. So I've been growing more and more fond of low resource density as a way to kind of rein in the impact that a map generation can have on the game.
Yeah, I sometimes... I guess I'm not so concerned about the resources as a map, maybe with the exception of groves. Groves are very...
Well, yeah, we're seeing that a lot here, too, right?
Yeah, but a lot of times you can't. But even with good scouting, a lot of times the decisions are made before you have access to the information to make those as best decisions. For example, like the crab site, maybe that would be a fantastic early like settler pushing site, but he doesn't find it until he's past the point where he's done 4 or 5 settlers already. Basically, needs to be the first expand or some version of that. So although I agree that the density of resources can certainly impact the map, I also think things like the distance between sites, the distance between players, the mountain choke points, the
Yeah.
river systems, the mobility and terrain impact a lot of the warfare in the game. And
Yes.
then the way the sites are situated and the ways that players get vision determines a lot of the patterns in which they move and settle. So those types of things are a little harder to evaluate, but I think end up having these huge impacts on the game that it would be nice if the scripts understood those and tried to play around with those.
Yeah. Yeah. It's difficult. It's definitely, I would say, probably one of my main criticisms of this game is it's difficult to find a map that I actually like. I pretty much play on like 2 or 3 map scripts indefinitely myself personally because as I deviate to other scripts, some of them can be fun, but with the experience that I have and how much I've played, I can't help but feel like, I don't know, I can see the ways that it's reshaping the game and in a way that I don't like. But anyway, so back to this match. That is an interesting conversation and certainly something to think about for also future tournaments, like map scripts or map settings, or whether it's resource density or whatever, or picking maps that have like less mountains or whatever. But I really like this commander on the throne. It's pretty solid stats: 5 charisma, 6 courage, 4 discipline. I mean,
tell me why Aran has held off so long on assigning mono or polytheism.
That is a great question.
Stuff? I'm starting to see on his pins, if I click on one of his workers, he's starting to map out shrines. So it's clear he's going polytheism because he's got a bunch of shrines mapped out across his cities, looking for adjacency bonuses there, which is smart. And if he's got the time to do it, by all means, he ought to do that. So it is going to be polytheism. Is this doesn't have the worker time to do it and doesn't want to broadcast that he has it? Or is this something else?
My theory is he is 3 turns away from strong culture in the capital, so he's not going to adopt his 7th law until he can immediately start constructing the citadel. That's my theory.
Crazy his science compared to his culture game then.
Yeah.
Maybe if you talk about a flawless game, maybe not. Maybe there should have been a drama pickup at some point for Aran just to get that culture a little bit higher in his cap. And maybe we should have seen some more luxuries being transferred around. Don't know which other ones he has available. I see 1 in the capital. I see honey being transferred to Wasset, but is there more he could have had online?
All right. I mean, well, it depends on. See, it's interesting because you have to get all your ducks in a row to get that 7 law timing perfectly, right? So if we have 3 turns till strong, and then it takes about 7-ish, 6 turns. I forget if it takes 6 or 7 turns for Citadel.
6, I think. 6 on flat, anyways.
Let me check that out.
That's right.
Citadel. 6. Okay, great. It takes 6 turns for Citadel. We're 3 turns away from strong, so that's going to be 64 turns before we can have our 8 strength unique unit. So yeah, I don't know. Depends. What do we consider good timing on that? I think about turn.
Well, no. It's never an evaluation to what is the optimal timing that you can get, period, because that is, again, map and opponent dependent. What your opponent lets you get away with, and then what the map lets you get away with are very different every single time, including the RNG. It's always in comparison to where are you. So in other words, this game, for whatever reason, Aran has let his tech get ahead of his culture. And maybe that's fine. Maybe the tech is valuable enough that he has that these other tech pickups are more valuable for him than pushing on a 7 law timing. But it's pretty clear from his game plan that he's had a law timing push in mind from the get-go of this game. And he's done a lot to kind of move towards that. But he's had the time to pick up Odians if he wanted along the way. So if culture is holding him back from his 7 law, why? Was that intentional, or was that a small misplay?
I wouldn't be surprised if something he missed. It's definitely because the fact that you have to do all those different things. I think it can be one of the. I've been in that situation before where it's like I nail my 7 law timing, and then I'm like, oh shit, I'm 30 turns away from being strong.
Yeah. Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe it was on purpose too. I think of all the things that you can miss out on, culture seems to me to be like the easiest one to go. Fuck, I forgot it.
Yeah, I think it's the hardest to kind of do the easy mental math with of, how much is like, you can hover your developing your culture bar and see how long it is right now, but then adding, well, if I get a luxury online in 3 turns and I send it over and then I upgrade it, like seeing the impact in the actual turns can be a couple steps for the player. And so if I look around his map, for example, he has already sent honey, which is a grove resource, but he has 2 or 3 fur in the animal worship city. Should one of those maybe have come online just to send that culture a little bit sooner? There's dyes in that same city, that kind of thing. So there's
Yeah,
ways he could have got his culture up sooner. Whether or not it's a mistake, I don't know, but it's certainly
sure,
not lining up super well his timing. And again,
sure.
the pyramids and the aqueduct both being in his sage capital. Some of that is terrain, but there's arid terrain in his capital. If pyramids had been in his capital, that would have been another 4 civics per turn for however many turns in his city that's going to be building his military unit. He would have had strong by now if he'd done that, for example. Things like that start to add up.
Hmm.
Plus, we got to find something to nitpick, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to find a flaw.
Yeah. Gotta believe your opponents are beatable. And you got to play this guy again at some point, assuming
Yeah,
you get
yeah,
it out of the bottom bracket, right?
yeah. I'm looking forward to my next couple of matches. I think if I were to wager, and no offense to our friends moving your way through the lower bracket now, but if I were wager, I think Alcaraz and I could be primed for a lovely tournament match, which is fun because
Do either of you have to go through Fluffy for that? Or does the
no, no,
winner of
no. If
okay.
we beat whoever we get as opponents, who both sets of players, I think are currently in their games. I don't think my opponents have started a game yet. I can't remember, but his are currently playing against each other. And if we're able to beat both of our opponents, then Alcaraz and I will face each other next, which will be fun.
I would love to cast that if that's during a time I can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that'd be fun. We have played of all the people, especially live. I think him and Fluffy are the 2 people who I've played the most overall.
Please tell me you have a higher win rate than he does versus Fluffy.
Against Fluffy, yes, I've beaten Fluffy about 4 or 5 times, but I can never do it on camera.
Can I get that as a percentage?
Well, then it's
Because
probably
you one of the players with like 6,000 hours in Old World or something, right?
yeah. No, I've probably played him overall. It's probably like a 40% win rate. I've only played him about
Okay.
8 to 10 times, give or take. The one of the times that we played the most was we played the Punic duel map, and we played it a lot in the span of like a couple of weeks. We played about 6 matches, and we went 3 for 3. We kept swapping Greece and Rome, not Greece, Carthage and Rome, Carthage and Rome on that map, and because we were kind of testing it out to see, if it was a fun duel map or whatever, and we both
Yeah,
won as Carthage, we both won as Rome, but then it's funny because then ever since we did that on stream 2 or 3 times, and then I lost every single match, which is.
I want to return to that conversation in just a second, but I want to point out some things in the game too. Just that some weird things from my perspective looking at this turn for Aran. He's picked up steel as a tech option here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually been queued, like it's tech is targeted. Not quite sure why. Again, this might be the counter to spears, I suppose. And I guess steel versus grease makes some sense, right? It's a decent unit to deal with their UU at least the 6 strength one. Not incredible, but decent. So I guess I get that. I suppose I'm answering for myself
I
as I
don't
work
know.
through this.
I don't think
Like,
axes count. Like, it's very easy to think that axes are going to do anything against
they
the
do.
Greek eunuch. But here's the thing: not only is it a 5 strength unit versus a 6 strength unit, also the formation effect is a 20% combat bonus compared to the anti-pole arm from the Axemen, which is 25%. So really,
Yeah, but I think having experienced this exact matchup very recently, I'm actually in a game right now where I am Egypt in this matchup versus a Greek opponent. You run the issue of Egypt of all your units and all the kind of special units that come out of land consolidation. They're all horses. Camels are horses,
Yeah,
elephants are horses, your unique unit's a horse, you know, like any sort of like if you want to go chariots or horsemen themselves, those are
yeah,
both horses. The Greek unit counters every single one of those at a
yes.
higher rate than it counters the axemen. So I
Right, but so
get the axemen.
what we want is, in my opinion, what we want is macemen.
I well, yeah, but axemen are on the way to macemen, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And
But
even then, yeah.
I don't think I would bother personally. I just don't think I would bother fielding a lot of axemen into Greece. But who knows? I mean, like, again, I'm not the strongest tactician, so what the hell do I know?
Do you mean strategist there?
No, I think I'm a decent strategist. I just don't think I'm a good tactician in terms of actually fighting a war. I think I can get myself into a position to win a match. It becomes a question of if I actually succeed in doing it.
Oh, interesting. I can feel Egypt's pain a little bit of what unit do I go to deal with the Greek unique unit. Now, Aaron's in a really nice tech position, so he might actually be able to go straight to Maceman as you suggest. And if he can do that, that would be a unit at least on parity with the six strength UU. But Macemen are going to get cooked by the 8 strength UU, right?
Yeah,
The
probably.
Maceman bonus is, I think, is 25%, right? If I'm remembering that correctly. So
It is
basically,
25%,
a
yes,
Maceman is
25.
basically equal to the UU, slightly better 25 compared to the 20 of the UU adjacency bonus, but you know,
Yeah, so that's
not
kind of
actually
but
ahead.
that's the exact same kind of that's a similar argument I'm making about the axes. Basically, I guess is that it's one strength less than the axe than the spear, and it only has a 5% combo bonus on top of the spear. So
Yep.
that doesn't translate to much, in my opinion.
But you need some sort of front line that doesn't get the Greek front line slamming into your stuff at plus 50% damage or whatever the anti
Yeah, yeah,
polearm
yeah,
tech is.
yeah.
So what unit is it? You know, certainly once you get to crossbows, maybe that's a frontal unit that at least, you know, it's not going to have any defensive bonuses, but it's you know at least not trading down kind of deal. But
I
before
mean, I
that,
guess
before
if it were
crossbows,
me,
what is it?
I suppose what I'm trying to say is if it were me, considering the fact that the main disadvantage, in my opinion, to hoplites, because I actually like hoplites, I actually like the Greek unit a
Yeah, I think
lot.
they're excellent.
But I think the main disadvantage is that they are melee and they need to clump up to work. So honestly, if we're talking about frontliners, I would just throw bodies at the problem and just build a shitload of low cost, cheap warriors and slingers and put them in the way of my better, stronger units like the chariots. Which again, this could be signaling how I'm not the best tactician because maybe that's not the correct play. And maybe the axes would make more sense there because they die less, but you'd still need to especially in these battlefields that we're looking at, there's not a lot of space here. So I don't know, I feel like it can become very tricky to even kill something like a warrior when it's like you don't have a lot of room to work with. You still typically need 3 kills to kill something.
Yeah, I guess I find that logic a little convoluted. Your argument is something along the lines of, if I'm understanding this correctly, axes aren't that great versus the Greek UU because they're 5 versus 6 strength and similar size bonus to each of them, so they come out at a disadvantage.
Mm.
Well, that's exactly identical to the warrior, except the warrior isn't 5 strength, it's 4 strength, and instead of having a 25% bonus, it has a 0% bonus. So,
Right. So
I'm
no,
not
yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. So the logic at that point is things like build times and resource costs. It's a lot easier to get myself into a position where I can literally spam 2-turn warriors, as opposed to spamming 3 or 4-turn axes. So then you flood the
But it's
field with bodies, basically.
80 to 60 is the production
Yeah.
cost in training for axes compared to warriors. So
Right.
it's only 33% more to build an axe than a
That
warrior.
that's but what you're talking about is the difference between having 30 training in a city versus 40 training in the city.
I
And
think you overrate those breakpoints. You've talked about this before, where you don't want to invest in training past a certain point because you're essentially looking at the number of turns it takes to build a unit. And I
exactly.
don't actually think that's a particularly useful metric in the sense that training carries over. So I think your metric of building more investment versus building units is a very good metric. How many turns in the game do I have left? When am I likely to be fighting? Is it better to have another unit here than a more efficient production? But I don't think the metric of I can 2-turn a unit versus 3-turn a unit is actually that useful because as soon as you do that more than once in a row, you get overflow in there, and those
Yeah,
numbers are
yeah,
all
yeah.
different.
No, no.
So like,
The
it's not that
overflow.
like 42 is no good and 40 is perfect. You know, like I don't get that logic.
It's the question of, it's not about the number of training specifically. It's about the number of investment that it takes me to get from 30 training in a city, which is already quite a bit, right? Because
I see.
at 30 training, we're talking about very likely, 2 barracks, 2 ranges, 4 officers, right? Because
So when
even
you evaluate the axe versus the warrior, you're not really looking at the training cost of those units. You're looking at the training cost of the difference you'd need to get to for that.
yeah, so
But even if you do it
it's
at
more,
base
it's
rate,
like more of like a holistic viewpoint. Which again,
but but take it at base rate then. So
yeah,
if a warrior is 60 and you have no officers in that city and an axe is 80, it's still only 33% more there.
yeah, no,
Are
sure,
you
sure.
and
And there are
what's the
plenty of
difference in
situations where
damage?
I would just even take, because oftentimes what you'll end up looking at, you'll get like 4 turns for a warrior and 5 turns for an axe, right? I mean, yeah, definitely I'm going to build the axe in that situation, but one of the tactics that I do, and again, uh, once I play more multiplayer games, certainly in this tournament or against some other strong opponents, I'll maybe I can learn more because I've only probably played like 30 multiplayer games up to this point. I don't have a massive breadth of multiplayer experience, but one of the things I do is just build lots and lots and lots of units, and then I hit a power spike with something, whether it's 8 strength unique unit or it's a mass upgrade into longbows or whatever, and then I go kill something. And typically, when I need body blockers for something, it doesn't really matter if the unit is a warrior, a slinger, an axe, or a pike. I mean, it can matter, but as long as you hit that timing, then usually, in my experience, it doesn't. But again, that
Yeah,
it
it's very
depends. It
interesting.
depends
It's a
on the
very
opponents.
I me yeah, I very much disagree with that. Like when I think of things like tile-based games like this, I think we were talking about choke points earlier,
Hmm.
and we were talking about adjacencies and attacking and the positional stuff that matters here. I find that you're often limited on tiles. Orders make this more pronounced, in my opinion, instead of less pronounced, right? So in a game where your units can just move their max every turn, it doesn't worry about it. That's even um, this game is opposite that, right? Where orders cost you. So going further away is even more expensive in this game than it might be in another type of 4X game. So what this means is we have tile limitations. There's only so many tiles that can attack a position, and that's made worse by the fact that you often can't get to the positions that could attack it if you had infinite movement or infinite orders kind of deal. So
Right.
this means that individual unit strength on a given tile is actually very important for its ability to impact the conflict going on there. So when I look at like a warrior compared to, I just did the numbers real quick on a hoplite next to I think hoplite's the Greek unit, right?
Hmm.
Hoplite next
Hmm.
to its buddy versus a warrior versus or an axe. It's attacking a warrior is just pull it up again
9.
real quick just so I have that. Well, I was looking at 7.2 attacking 4. Is I guess I've done it the wrong way. I've done it backwards, haven't I? Yeah. So what is that attacking for? Yeah, it's 9, right? And it's
Yeah.
only 5 attacking an axe. The difference there is almost double damage taken. So I don't know. Like I see an increase of cost of about 33%, and then I see a combat utility of about double for an axe in that situation. So I have a hard time imagining the scenario where the flood of warriors, when there's only that difference in number, actually counteracts that. So I guess from my perspective, Aran's stuff makes sense there. So I would love to see a game where the warrior swarm takes on the much more powerful unit and comes out ahead, because I have a hard time imagining the
Well,
situation that
all
has
right.
to
So
rise to
just
look like
just
that.
just to bring it all together, though. First of all, I don't disagree with anything you're saying, and I definitely think what you run into, because this often is one of the ways I will lose my matches. It's like I rely heavily. Basically, it's very easy to say that I rely heavily on a power spike, right? So it's like if that power spike, if that timing doesn't come, or if it does, like kind of like in my case with Aran, like before I attacked Aran, I had no longbows, and then all of a sudden I had like 12 longbows, and it was very much looking like, oh man, how is Aran going to survive against 12 longbows all of a sudden? But he did. He played very well. The tactics came involved and all these different things, you know. So
Yeah, I think I hear where you're going here. I think slingers are an exception to this rule because I think sentinel slingers are actually an extraordinarily efficient unit that lives almost
I
forever.
mean, fuck yeah, they are.
So I, I,
Sentinel
I
slingers
think
are
maybe
gross.
if you had led with Sentinel Slingers instead of Warriors, I might have been like, yeah. And honestly, if I think about that comparison, I wonder if Sentinel Slingers make a better front line than Warriors outright. Anyways, just in the fact that Sentinel is such a disgustingly strong bonus,
Yeah.
and the ability to never lose access to Slingers, and the utility of having a ranged unit be able to project that last point of damage. That,
Well,
you know,
that's
because
the
again,
other
the
thing.
Slingers have double the tiles, right?
So
Double the
yeah,
tiles they can
Warrior's
reach.
probably the bad example because you'll even see this. You'll see this in my Aran games. Like I kind of was, second half or whatever. Like I'm gearing up and I hit that 30 training spike, and then there becomes this question of like, well, why didn't Sion improve this Iron Mine? Why didn't he do this or that and the other thing? And if you actually look at that map, I spend like 15, 20 turns and I'm building nothing but slingers. So it's like, well, why am I doing that? There's two answers for that. A, I'm planning on a long, on a bodkin arrow power spike. That's one. And then step two is even if at the end of that I'm just left with 5, 6, 7 slingers that are hanging around doing nothing, they can still come in and do that last 2-3 point of damage. But you did bring something up that was a very excellent point about this is orders, and this actually goes the same for me. Orders can be the thing that you can very easily overlook here. And I've run into that situation all the time where I'm like, I have my army, I'm going in my position, and then it's like, oh shit, now I'm trying to move stuff for body blocks or for that last point of damage, and now I'm spending 4 orders moving a slinger, which, to your point, yes, I would much rather have it be a maceman or a longbow or something else because I'm fighting a strong opponent in a good position. So pros and cons, I suppose. All right. We have a free ballista coming online. I hope you're still with us, by the way. There's 20 of you live in chat with us now. Really, really appreciate you being here, spending the time joining us while we watch these players go head to head. And if you're watching after the fact on YouTube, certainly appreciate you being here as well. Please give us a like, subscribe, leave a comment for the players to check out once they are able to watch the game once the match is finished. But yeah, so to get back into it, we do have free ballista coming online in Greece. We are only looking at 53 science right now, so we're kind of catching up to that baseline, but again, well over 100 science in the Egyptian side, even with a superstitious ruler. We did get drunk, by the way, so I imagine we got stressed at one point, and now we're drunk. So that's funny. Check politics.
First superstitious drunk. What a dude.
Yep, cursed, superstitious, drunk, but he is romantic though. A gracious
And
romantic.
Fierce, nice pickup versus.
I love combining all of like the titles. They were like the traits of people, like a fierce but gracious romantic.
Yeah.
Politics in Egypt is fine, and how are politics in Greece? Politics in Greece also fine, more or less. Great.
Yeah. If we look through this, I'm taken aback how often these games stalemate. I don't know why shouldn't be, rather why it should be. It makes a lot of sense without perfect information and with the small advantages defenders have that they should do so. But I'm surprised this one did from that position. But if we look around, as you say, lots of axes. Greece doing okay here. The political situation reasonable. Their military family very happy, so that at least is good for them. Likely to see those bonuses relevant.
Oh,
but he's got to know he's behind. He can count the cities. He can see the science. So, what do you think his timing push is going to be? Do you think it will be Nizar to pull the trigger on some aggression here, and on what? What will be the decision to do that? This free ballista they're building right now, or something else?
For Nizar, I don't even know. I mean, like, I feel like if I were Nizar, I'm now looking at 7 laws. So it's the same situation where it's just like, dude, I mean, maybe Nizar is thinking the opposite. Maybe Nizar is thinking he had a really solid choke point down here in Byzantium, and he's building a wall down there, which, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with. He's thinking maybe he holds the city site, and he did do this nice play of keeping the central city site in the north away from these mountains. So he lessened the brunt of, siege showing up. Maybe he's thinking he could play defensive and catch up. But if he were doing that...
or rather he scouted out to the middle, so he knows where the midline is, and he knows it's a mirrored map, so he knows the number of sites out there because he scouted his own side. So he should be able to look at the city count
Yeah, yeah.
and be like, oh, Aran's taking Ocean Expanse,
Yes.
and he has no counterplay to that, right? He has
Yeah.
no boats of his own and no likelihood of doing that.
Yeah.
And I think you see walls and say question mark, and I hear you in the sense of there are lots of things this could be that would give more economic advantage than walls. But what it also tells me is he is feeling vulnerable.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think with the water situation, he is very vulnerable.
Yeah.
I don't know if walls alone there are enough, but it is the one with the city center closest to the water.
And the real issue, what's going to be, is once he's going to take this Danish site, Aran is, and once he does, he's going to have coastal movement all the way across the map without even needing an anchor.
Yeah, and I think equally scary from my perspective is maybe Aran can't go full east to full west easily, except with maybe some full move horse units. But if he gets staging points of invisible staging points that Nizar doesn't have sight on, like that big center island, or maybe this Danish site in a moment, where he can mass up a bunch of units out of sight and then have them in either single or double move, not force march, just literally 1 or 2 pip move to any of Nizar's coastal cities.
Yeah. This coastal supremacy is going to be disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, if part of this plan already from Aran was a very highly mobile horse unit that can show up nearly anywhere and do damage, well, what do you do when your entire empire is vulnerable to that? This is inland sea. Every single city is on the coast. Every single city right now, except maybe Pylos is vulnerable to units showing up out of nowhere and just alphaing a city center. Like, that's a spooky situation.
Yeah. It's gross. Fun times. Well, the nice thing is if this does conclude, maybe, I suspect it won't conclude this session, but if it does conclude next session and Aran does, well, actually, no, regardless who wins, Klaus Koala is already waiting for another opponent, so we're going to get I think that's the semifinal.
Yeah, and that is the final of the winner's bracket, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. There's a number of games I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
So
I've really appreciated the double elimination format because it creates this kind of cascading effect. Like, I like that me, Fluffy, and, Alcarth were all knocked down, but then there's this kind of like holding period of like us. We need to kind of like watch our opponents compete to see who's going to face off against us, and that's really neat. I didn't know anything about this format going into it, but it's a cool quirk of the way it works. We do have a scout dying down here. Grease hopped in and killed a scout. And so we'll see if Aran feels like getting cheeky with a response to that.
Where's the scout death? I missed it. Oh, popping in and out is what you said, not dying. Okay.
No, it died. There was a scout down here, right here, on this tile.
Oh, okay.
That Nizar just killed.
Yeah. I mean,
by the Mosa River.
This isn't too bad for Nizar from one sense. He doesn't have great sight, but he has the availability to get more sight. He could go, for example, scout if there's an anchor down here. And he might be able to like pick off a warrior here, even with the little bit of forces he has. He could Zoc-lock that for a turn and kill it over 2 or something. And honestly, Aran doesn't look too worried about it. Aran seems more worried about getting this colony buy off on the ore and the rest of it, which makes sense. If he wants to ever assault the city behind the mountains there, he wants it on his terrain if he can. But it's got to be hard. Again, it's going to be hard for Nizar to move any amount of units anywhere because he doesn't have the coastal access like Aran does. And he's always got to be worried about Aran can reposition whenever the hell he wants because he has all of that coastal lock. Now, again, this is a second game where I'm saying this recently of my casts. There might actually be one advantage Nizar might have here is he doesn't know how boned he really is. Right? So
honestly, 100%. No, that's true.
Because he doesn't know.
That's true, yeah.
Because
Also, I
if
think
you
morale really plays a factor in this game more than anything, because I think it can be true, even though we've seen surprise upsets, even though we've seen some like games where it's like the thing that you wouldn't expect happen ended up expect happening. But conceptually, I feel like it is very difficult to climb back from a deficit, right? So I think, or at least we all think it is. So then I think what happens is if you do get a sense of, oh shit, my opponent's really far ahead of me and I have no chance, I think that becomes a difficult monkey to shake off your back, because, I mean, we kind of all convince ourselves like, oh, how am I going to compete somebody with someone who has 3 times as much science per turn as I do right now? You kind of convince yourself, there's just no way, there's just no way. And I think that affects your play.
yeah, yeah, it does. And there is something too about your opponent can make mistakes, and if you have perfect information on your opponent, you can get in your own head about, well, if I do this, he can react this way. Your opponent may not react that way. They may be thinking about that differently. They may have other order problems that you can't see. Just because you can see the connection and the potential of the problem of that doesn't mean that it will be that way.
Right. And I
But
think
again,
that's
look at
what
this.
I meant. I think that's what I mean more than anything when I say, especially in Fluffy's case, less so that convinced that Aaron's doing this. But my experience fighting against Fluffy is when I say, oh, they just play their own game, is I don't think Fluffy ever makes the mistake of like, oh, my opponent has X, Y, and Z, and then therefore this. He plays his turn. He just does what he needs to do, the best that he can do in any turn, and it creates surprising situations, because there's been numerous games against Fluffy where I swear to God, if it were anyone else, they would have surrendered. And then I go on to lose that game where, from my perspective, I was fighting an opponent who should have surrendered like 10 turns ago.
That's funny.
It's very weird. I don't know how he is able to just stay in the game, but it's fascinating to me. So we do have a warrior kill. We do have some posturing up here from the Egyptians, taking advantage of that coastal movement to just send their light chariots way down to Thonis real quick. No hassle.
Yeah, that's an Ojai moment where
Yep.
The power of this strategy, the power of all this setup is just on full display there for a second.
Yeah.
We can see this boat that's been slowly moving around the shoreline, buying every single tile. And now we can see the perfect coverage of coastal movement that Aran has access to at the moment.
Yep. And of course, Aaron's still taking the time to clear the Danes, because he will not have his momentum or tempo halted on the account of a couple of angry Greeks being bold along the border. Onagers coming out as well. We have two onagers being built currently. Another bireme being built. I like how he's sprinkling in the biremes, even though it's pretty clear that he's going to have some supremacy here, but he's not risking it. He's not risking losing control of the ocean, which we have surprisingly seen as well. Kind of, we develop a very quick sense or conceptual sense that, like, once you control the ocean, you're never going to lose it because of the way sea combat works. But it is possible to let it slip through your grasp. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat right now because someone has some thoughts on the whole axe versus warrior thing.
Yeah,
No, it's not an argument. It's just it's just his perspective, because
yeah, I guess there's no reason I can't do this. I was typing it to not interrupt the flow of the conversation there. I suppose there's no reason I can't respond to that on the stream. Yeah. Which is, yes, the comparison that I was trying to make, and maybe I misspoke in the direction in which I represented as multitasking on stream is always a bit of a fail. I was trying to point out that the power ratio in terms of, but not their combat strength so much, but as the damage taken and done compared to the training ratio, seems to favor Axis for me. Now, there can be a number of other things in there, and this is in isolation. This isn't on home territory. Blah 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 blah. Right? This is just like a hoplite next to another hoplite fighting Axis. What is the damage either side is going to be taking and doing? Was what I was looking at there. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking forward to seeing the warrior swarm take somebody down. Maybe that will be a thing.
And again, it has to be supported by something that can actually kill shit. Whether it's got to
Yeah.
be like onagers, it's got to be like a strength unique units or longbows or something. I don't. I
But
definitely don't think a bunch of warriors are gonna go kill anything.
I do think this type of conversation is really worth having, even if I think I stand by the conclusion on axes and hoplites in particular. But I think other times, I think it's less clear. I think the slingers are a good example of that.
Hmm.
And I think it's worth pointing out again that unique units, although they are law-based and therefore often ahead of the tech tree in terms of their strength timings, they're also more expensive than
Yes.
in training than the equivalent strength
Yes.
unit of them, which
Yes.
means that it's not always best to just spam the strongest unit you can spam.
Hmm.
That sometimes that cost is going to be enough of a problem, not just in resources, but in raw training time, that is not as efficient as a unit as you could be producing.
Yeah.
So it is worth thinking about that. I just
Yeah.
don't think of axes and warriors in particular versus hoplites that it comes out in the warriors' favor.
And you know what? Shout out to the designers on that fact because there's something about the way that the unique units work in this game that I just love so much. I love that they're kind of separated from the tech tree itself. I love that like the 8 strength unique unit isn't necessarily an end game unit. It's more of a mid game unit because you can kind of get it quicker than the others. But then I also like that contrast of like, oh wait, no, a legionnaire is actually more expensive to build than a swordsman and isn't quite as great, but like it because what we're paying for is tempo, right? And I think
Yeah.
that whole ecosystem is just so cool that they eventually landed on that over the iterations that they went through.
Yeah, I don't know the previous iterations, but I agree. I also tend to like. Actually, I do remember some of them. They weren't always tied to laws, were they? It was tied to something else. What the hell was it?
I think
So
I
like
don't.
tech for citadels or something. Like
I
was
think
garrison
originally
like
it
on
was
the tree?
text. This was before my time, but I think things like strongholds and citadels were tied to specific texts.
Yeah, I think it might have been that too. It's been a
So,
while
like-
since I thought about that. But you're
So
right.
like you could
It's
go to
very
like
interesting.
sovereignty and unlock strongholds or some shit. But again, I don't remember.
I think this is an excellent goods boost. Sorry to switch back to the game real quick. Just something interesting popping up for me. Aran with the goods boost tech,
Goods
which I
boost,
think is
yeah.
great here. It's a sick tech.
Great pick. Great pick. Also, that gets you cycling 2 hydraulics quicker. That's one of my favorite cycles to grab if hydraulics hasn't come up yet.
And look at that wood income right now.
It's amazing.
Where is that coming from?
That's a fantastic question. Oh, we lost connection to the server. Hopefully, we'll reconnect in a second. I'll check in the chat and see how we're doing. Game crash says Nizar. And my connection has been restored, so we're back in. And we'll see if Nizar can hop back in. Aran is the host, so he should be able to.
I mean, it is those marsh farms. Look at the yields on these Egyptian marsh farms are.
Whoa, nice.
Those are cool.
We does have a couple of lumber mills down here as well.
Yep.
Which is nice to see. Yeah, someone in
So what
chat was saying that they wanted to have this Jirwan down here, I think. But I don't know. I think it's fine where it is. Maybe.
Yeah, the aqueduct always has the problem of the cities you most would like to have it in don't often have the ability to buy tiles when you're going to be building it, right?
Yeah,
so you're sometimes limited by the fact of where you can place it. So it is only a 4-tile aqueduct, but he might not have been able to place it for more than 4 in the time that he needed to place it.
Yeah. I think honestly, that's one of the things that gets me about this the type of player who plays games in this genre. And don't get me wrong, like I played 4,000 hours of this game. I love strategy games. I mean, I'm right up there. But the idea that someone can actually say it's only a 4-tile
it's a
Jirwan aqueduct,
4-tile Jirwan aqueduct.
It's like the maximum is 5. If you get 4, that's still a good Jirwan aqueduct.
I don't know.
People will be like, "Oh, it's not worth building unless you can get 5." It's like, dude, I'll build a Jirwan aqueduct even if it gets me 3 tiles. It's still 3 citizens that I don't have to pay for. 3 science, 3 specialists, whatever.
But again, the comparison is wrong there, right? It's not do you build a 3, a 4, or a 0.
Mm-hmm.
It's do you build a 3, a 4, or a different wonder? And if you look at this game, that's a perfect example of that,
That's
right?
a good point. Yeah. Different wonder.
I mean,
yes.
there's only 2 wonders this entire game thus far.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time when that was I think that was his first wonder, right? This is the Egyptian
He did
stone
build it
bonus.
first, yes.
Yeah. So his decision essentially is, does he take a 4-tile aqueduct or pyramids in a law timing push game where he may only get 1 wonder? And that starts to make that difference between 3 and 4 quite relevant, or 4 and 5 quite relevant to me anyways.
Yeah, no,
but yes, I hear your point. It is kind of funny to think of it that way too.
But no, that actually is an excellent thing to bring up, especially in Aran's case, because he did build the Geron first and the pyramid second. So you run the risk, especially, I think, with the first wonder that you build in the game, because I think due to the anxiety of like these network type games, right, it can be very easy, even if you're thinking like, someone like myself who's like, I'm going to rush to Colosseum or whatever, right? You could still start the game and then forget to even look at the wonders for the first 10 turns. So I think the first signal that a player gets, so-and-so has begun construction on a wonder, if someone isn't planning on building wonders, that's going to be the gunshot that has someone go, oh, fuck, yeah, wonders, what's in the game? So yeah, you're right. By building the Geron first, you risk tossing the pyramids, and that's certainly not a play I might make.
Is that Archer in view? I think it is, right?
Which Archer? Yes, that's Archer is in view. Yes, the Greeks can see that there are Egyptians on that island. Oh, that's great.
I want to see this response, because if every time something like this happens, it's a little bit clearer the position that Nizar finds himself in, right? He still doesn't have perfect sight on his opponent. His scouting has been okay. He scouted out to the middle. It's a mirrored map. He knows a lot of the information, but it doesn't give him the kind of blow-by-blow, like granular detail of what's going on in the opponent's empire. Like how are his buildings out? Like how are his, grove, how saturated are his groves, that kind of thing. But it's always a different feeling when an opponent has units where you weren't expecting them, and they're military units and they're close to you. So I am curious if this will prompt a reaction from the Tsar at all.
Yeah.
Is there? That's the site cleared. There can be a settler any moment. And then there's going to be touching borders. You're talking about those borders being adjacent to each other. There aren't any of those yet. There's some close borders, but there's nothing adjacent. But if he puts a city there, this will be our first touching borders.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to be it's interesting too, because I mean, the other thing that creates. Let's see how much. I want to look at this. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Right. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. That also creates safe harbor for Egypt to even anchor onto the shores of Pella, which will force Nizar to have to defend those shores with unit presence, because even if Nizar was able to get ships into the water, right? Since this is an island with land, a couple of onagers on the spot is going to destroy any ships that try to dislodge our anchors here.
Yeah.
So it's like, basically by securing this spot, Aran has secured a direct path to the Greek capital that Nizar is now going to have to calculate for the rest of the game in terms of any aggressive movement he wants to make.
Well, again, I think this is where ignorance is bliss kicks in a little bit. Nizar can't see Aran's lands. He doesn't understand how perfect the water coverage is for Aran this game.
Yeah.
So he doesn't yet understand that in reality, to be quote unquote safe, he's got to cover every single friggin' tile on his entire coastline.
We have some interesting development here, though. I was looking at the map for Nizar in terms of like the territory explored. Since Christianity landed on that island city, Nizar is now aware fully that there's Egyptian territory in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
Wow, man, that would make me very, very upset.
Yeah.
Man.
That's quite amusing.
You know what I don't think we've seen? I don't know, and I'm not suggesting that Nizar should do this. And if he watches this after the fact, I hope you don't feel like that we're picking on you, buddy. But I wonder if we could see a game, if we'll see in this tournament, one of the first games where, we get to something like this, turn 60, 61, no real major battle happens, but one of the opponents says, you know what, dude, there's just no chance in hell I'm going to beat you, so good game. And there's just kind of like a conflict-free concession.
You mean he reached 100% morale damage?
Yeah, 100% morale damage, yeah.
Yeah. Could be. I mean...
It's entirely possible. It's not against the rules. I mean, you can
No, I
keep
know.
fighting as long as you
If I
want.
had if I had perfect information on this, I might consider that in this situation. This is a spooky setup from Aaron.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and I mean, it's there's gonna be a lasting impact from what happened when Nizar killed that scout, right? That's got to stick in his psyche a little bit of, oh, I touched that scout, and out of nowhere from a spot I have no idea where they arrived from,
Now,
came
let's talk
four chariots on light chariots on that turn.
on the one hand, let's talk good news for Nizar. Good news for Nizar is we have three
Session's
strong
almost
cities.
over. Oh no, go on.
We have three strong cities in Greece. One of them is our champion seat, and we are 6 turns away from our 7th law. So on the bright side, even though Egypt has done all this stuff with nailing their timing and whatnot, are they building their citadel yet? They are building their citadel. So they will hit 8 strength units soon. We won't necessarily be too far behind. And that could be something that helps keep us in the game, I guess.
I guess optimism is something you're allowed. I guess I want to hear the answer to, even with the limited knowledge you have, and that now includes the middle city. You saw those units pop up. You can see the anchor pattern over by Thonis with your scout. You can see the archer on the island near you. So even if your head is safely buried in the sand, not looking around at all, you can't help but see some of this right now. So what's your plan for defending your coastline? Or are you just ignoring it and saying to the Egyptian player, you know, I'm going to go attack you somewhere else. If you want to throw some light chariots on my backline, I don't care. What are you doing?
Yeah.
How do you defend this?
Honestly, that's that's a puzzle I haven't quite yet solved, because in several of the matches, man, I wish Nizar versus Yagman got to a full conclusion, because I don't know necessarily who would have won that game. I feel like it would have been Yagman, but even if it wasn't, the big puzzle on Yagman's side was the same type of question, where it's all like, my opponent controls the whole coast, so how exactly do I evade into that? How do I defend and invade simultaneously when my opponent can be anywhere at any point? It's a difficult puzzle.
Because the northern area, although it can be blocked by Aran moving like a boat into the actual into Greece's borders to block the coastal movement for a turn or two before it gets shot down by whatever. At least Nizar currently, between those northern cities, those northern 4, can move units around using water movement. And this is where the order efficiency plays in. But on the south there, he's got to use roads.
Yeah. Well, I think what the other issue
roads.
is, do I have a warrior? This is a warrior. This is a warrior. Okay. That's not what I want to grab. Maybe this settler. Yeah, I don't know. The issue I see is that
Is your stream frozen? No.
Aran, no. Aran can be on either side of the map pretty much whenever he wants to be.
Yeah.
He can either same turn it with a force march, or be 1 turn behind wherever Greece wants to be.
Yeah, I would like to see Aran start suspend some orders to move units into essentially the midpoint, that being the island in the middle. If he can get, like, he almost needs to do a little bit more border, either expansion or some anchoring. But if he can send orders, small piecemeal steps to move units to the center while having perfect movement across this map like he has, they can literally be anywhere without a force march.
Well,
Almost his entire army.
I mean, I can tell you what's happening. I'm looking right at it. What we're getting here is we're getting a citadel in 3 turns, with another light chariot, and he's got to do a mass upgrade, and then probably go show up with 8 strength units and force a concession. Nizar will either concede immediately, or will try to fight it out until he loses enough units and a couple cities, perhaps.
I don't know the answer to this. Maybe you do. If you lose your capital, does the capital just move, or is the game over?
Yep, it moves.
Okay.
And fun fact, if it's the seat, right, whether it's the capital or not, so say you lose your champion seat, the champion seat bonus actually moves to the other city as well.
Huh. So you mean they're just being lazy the rest of the time? They could have had that bonus everywhere, and they just refused to move it?
No. Well, no. If you retake the old champion seat, it doesn't stay there and move back. You always only have 1 seat, but the seat change will swap.
Yeah. Well, I am looking forward to seeing that combat because I was thinking, to answer my own question a little bit here. And by the way, are we saying colonies? I'm seeing tile buying. So it does look like Nizar has decided to flesh out his side of the map in the same way, which is
Aran
he needs
swapped
to have
into
done.
serfdom.
Oh my goodness, that must mean he bought every tile that he could possibly want for the next couple games.
The buying spree has officially concluded.
Or paused. He might come back to it later. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe next judge.
We're at hydraulics next.
But I am glad to see Nizar doing the same because those coastal borders are starting to be filled in, and that needed to happen for him to have any shot of this.
Yes,
and I suppose the other thing that
huge thing.
Yes, I think so too. The other thing that can happen here is perhaps the hoplite bonuses or the next tier of the hoplite. I forgot what they're called right now, but perhaps they are strong enough that even if this swarm of units shows up, if they do not alpha the city immediately, that being these the light chariots becoming lancers shortly, the counterattack from a couple hoplites or hoplite upgrades stationed kind of centrally might be enough that doesn't become a very viable attack. We'll see. Maybe that's enough time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
But I mean, the next level of that is, well, the turn that Aran moves those lancers in, he also needs to move a boat into the line of movement. I want to see if it gets to that level of back and forth here.
Well, so the thing that could be interesting to see out of Aran would to have him pop out a few more ships just before this attack, because I feel like if he anchors along the entire Greek coast, there's no way, even with body blocking from citizens, but even if he did body block using citizens, that slows down his whole economy. I don't think there's any way that Nizar can defend that, which will then give you that Lancer Alpha Strike thing where you could literally target any one city up and down the entire Greek Empire and just pick one off.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking we might see. But Nizar has recognized the threat in his credit and has bought the tiles to form that full line now.
That's cute.
It will take at least one extra step for Aran to prevent the reaction from Nizar if and when he tries this strategy. He will have to also figure out how to block the coastal movement now. So extra steps, it's good. It's kind of the start of the defense that we need from Nizar. An optimistic architecture coming out of Nizar, I got to say. I get it. He wants to get a science tech back in the game, but I think this is architecture before land consolidation on this map.
Yeah, I think it's because
laws.
Well, laws for sure, and then it also wasn't in his hand, forestry. He did something else. I think his free ballista, he had him shuffle forestry back into his hand.
God, I hate to say this because I almost never say this, at least internally, I suppose, but I don't think the free ballista was actually a good pickup this game.
Yeah, probably not. It's certainly enticing, but I think there's the rare situation where if you're on a timeline to get somewhere, and I definitely think you're on a timeline to, get back in the game by getting land consolidation, I would agree that you probably didn't need it. Certainly a nice safety net for when a bunch of... Because, it's hard to take a city if there's a ballista there. But
yeah, although the ballista also not particularly efficient versus his opponent's units, right?
No, right, so, yeah, no, exactly.
Like a double whammy here. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, it's nice that he can... Greece can bridge this coastline now, so that's good. I suspect I'd like to see more tile buying along this coast.
And Greece has played an interesting game here in some sense, with Aran up to 109 wood per turn and Greece at -11. Greece has basically ensured that the price of wood will stay relatively low, right? Like he's going to be buying wood and Aran won't be. So he ought to get it at a pretty good deal. And this will maybe offset the fact that he has no lumber mills and his unique unit costs lumber. You think?
All right, hold on. So we ought to get a pretty good deal, and this will maybe offset... Yes, I agree. I think so. That's always interesting. Sometimes I think what can be interesting is trying to manipulate the market. I just never feel like it's that easy to do.
No, it's definitely not. And his unique units are 100 wood each, which means at the moment they are, in addition to, at the moment, 100 wood is 550 gold right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Aran's wood economy is so good right now that Aran won't be driving up that side of the equation. but every Greek unit will, because Nizar's wood economy is non-existent right now.
So in less than 20 turns, if I'm doing the math on this right, I was a little distracted because I was doing math in the science tree. So in less than 20 turns, from turn 41 to turn 59, if I have this right, Aran went from having the exact same total science invested in the tech tree as Nizar to having over 1,000 science more in the tree.
Not well. I mean, again, this is one of the great strengths of Nizar's position. He has no idea about that.
Yeah.
So
Yes. Okay.
it's a huge buffer. An axe just moved forward. He's buying tiles. Okay, at the border city. Yeah, he's buying tiles.
Yeah, that's
I
nice.
was gonna say that's a huge defensive bonus to his morale. I think not having that knowledge, right? There's no way he's gonna get his morale one shot and concede instantly when he has no knowledge of the tech tree right now.
Yes. Chat's asking about the Citadel situation. So, yeah, we have 7 laws in Egypt. We have a strong city, and we're set a little bit behind on the timing on that. We've had 7 laws for quite some while, but quite some time. But we do have the Citadel coming up in 2 turns, while we're looking at about 2, 4, 6, maybe 7-ish light chariots will be finished for an upgrade there. And yeah.
Aran on 12 cities, has polytheism, has divine rule. Only getting 3 orders from that right now, but that means there's another 9 in the works. We've seen the pins for the shrines, so he is tracking on that. Of his resources, his stone and his iron are his weak ones. Now his chariots take food and wood, so it makes a lot of sense why he's prioritized what he has prioritized. But it may mean that these shrines are a little bit delayed, so it might be a little bit of time before his max order counts is reached.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing a Shrine of Ra go down, and I mean, it might even, we have 900 wood, a bunch of food. It might even, if it were me, I would probably, if I have the workers, do I have the workers? I would even sell a little bit of stuff just to buy enough stone, just to take the time to build the Shrine of Ra in every city that doesn't have one. That way, I can just swap right back to monotheism now. And,
Yeah, I like that idea for sure. I guess here I don't really know Aran's equivalent level of scout. I mean, I know he's seen the map, but I don't know if he knows where Greece is at. It's sometimes we can see, first of all, we're perfect sight as observers, we can see, but you can also see a lot of these things from things the game gives you. You can check laws, you can check certain unit access or certain buildings that you can see. If you have a spy anywhere, you can, I don't think he has agents out yet, but if you have any of those, you can get a lot of information about where your opponent is on the tech tree. So Aran doesn't have exactly perfect information, but he, with a little bit of scouting, would find out there's no lumber mills. You may be tempted to not decrease the price of lumber, especially if you just watched your opponent buy the entire coastline, like Greece has just done over the last like 5 or 6 turns, right? You may be expecting their economy to have suffered a bit for that, maybe.
So one thing I think I'd like to see, we have an onager coming up in 2 turns from Manuthis. We have the animal worship onagers just finishing up right now. I'd like to see getting these onagers up into position near Pelusium. And maybe what you do is start a little bit of a skirmish, by sending in his warrior, maybe upgrade it to something like an axe, sending in the archer or whatever. Get your opponent to kind of respond to that and tango with you a little bit, and then just send freaking massive 8 strength units at them after the fact.
If at the very least, I mean, Aran's boat has perfect sight on these units on the coastline, right? We can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buys this turn alone. If I'm Aran, I'm wanting to keep my opponent off the hills overlooking my city if possible. Don't want that in Greek borders. So I would be very tempted to place some units on those hills. As you say, it will potentially provoke some conflict. And then, 2 turns from now, Citadel finishes next turn and the turn after. Therefore, we will have our unique units able to move out as 8 strength and able to attack that turn. So yeah, I like your idea from Aran's point of view of provoking some conflict in that area.
Yeah, because like even right here, with what maybe you bring in something else, but more or less, it looks like Aran could at least get a kill off of an axe, right? So it's like you kill an axe, then maybe you responds, and what do they kill? Like a warrior, maybe an archer. But then, but then, this is obviously after the upgrade timing. But then you come in with 8 mounted lancers and kill whatever killed your warrior and archer.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the weakness is he doesn't have his warrior swarm and prepared, because this would actually be the perfect deployment of a warrior swarm. So
yeah, there you go. See, that's what I'm saying. Great example. Yeah. But I think clearly the other thing is like that. The other thing, the idea behind that strategy tends to operate on an assumption, I guess, that isn't talked about enough on my end. And arrogance of this statement aside, the assumption of that strategy assumes that overall I'm playing better than my opponent. Right.
Yeah, I sometimes see you assume that in your balancing discussions too, which I think the tournament should be a very good reminder of that for everybody, right? Like, a lot of people playing this game, myself included, like to think we're good at it, but there's levels to being good at it, right? Like,
right,
and when you're playing at the top levels, it's an unreasonable assumption to assume that you are the better of the players. Maybe if you're lucky, you get to assume you are equal of the players.
And not only that, the other biggest thing, right? It's important, even if you're good at the game, that does not make you immune to mistakes, especially in the network arena with no undo. Well, you're playing live and you're playing on the timer and there are people watching and all these other things, right? So yeah, no, it's definitely a whole different ball game, and theory tends to go out the window real quick.
Yeah, it certainly can.
All right, 3 turns to architecture for the Greeks. We can spot ships off the coastline. Another thing that would make us nervous. We do have this island city. Also, I kind of really like that Egypt is just building a boat from Ippo, like immediately. Who cares? An 8-turn ship, why not? It's an extra build queue. Do I really need it? I don't know, but whatever. It's going to get me a boat at some point.
Yeah. And I'm seeing something I don't think I've ever seen. I'm seeing units with the clergy or the cleric tag on them. Actual military units produced from cleric cities. This must be a first for Old World.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, you know what? Yeah, because animal worship is basically his military city. One of them, anyway. 19 training.
Yeah.
Oh, 40 training in the capital. That's solid.
It does make military. That's certainly true.
Yeah. That's great. In fact, let's take a peek at that. What is his highest training? What's his training look like in the Empire? Yeah. Animal worship is his second highest training city at 19. Yeah. It's a cleric city. That's funny.
Yeah. 10-minute break suggested by Aran. I could use a break. That wouldn't be too bad.
Zenobia showed up. Zenobia is governing. I can't see the city now because that was weird. Where are you? Nekeb? Nice. Oneologist. Some of these words I can't even say.
I think I want to take a quick peek, maybe of this 10-minute break, maybe a couple minutes to just recap real quick. I want to see some of these stats that we've been ignoring in terms of discussion. So if I look at things like improvements.
Oh, yeah.
Not too bad. 82 to 64 in Aran's favor, but that really is not that big of a difference. It is a difference for sure, but much more than some of the games I've seen.
Comes down to the value of what is that difference, right? It's like there's like 12 groves in Egypt that Nizar does not have.
Yes, I suppose if it were only the difference in grove count, that would be a much more terrifying number.
Yeah.
City count is a bit spooky, I have to say. I hope they did not AFK with the timer still running. Military units produced 19 for Aran, 17 for Nizar. Workers produced 19 for Nizar, 15 for Aran. So Nizar has the potential, if he finds the orders to do it, to catch up on improvement count if the game goes that long.
Mm-hmm.
But the spooky stuff, I think, is really that science chart, which is rapidly increasing the difference in their tech.
Before you
up
talk
to
about that, though, really, though, this is so fascinating to me because we think about the devastating timing that's about to come online with the 8th strength power upgrade of the unique unit. But if we look at overall military units produced, it's still currently only 19 to 17, which doesn't mean that, Nizar is in any good of spot. But it's just really interesting, kind of to your point about the Axemen versus Warrior situation, that the strength of an army and the composition of an army is so important because their numbers are essentially neck and neck. Yet, if it came to blows right now, I feel totally confident that Aran would win that battle easily.
yeah. Numbers have certainly numbers have some advantage or have some power in this game. Oftentimes, the production of units outscales orders in these games a lot of the time,
Yeah.
which means that both players end up with fairly substantial reserves of units. So that oftentimes, even a player with a weaker army, the opponent with the larger army can't bring all of them to bear with the orders they have every single turn, kind of deal. So a lot of times, there's some trading before that stuff kind of resolves itself, but I don't know. Here again, some of the multipliers are going to start kicking in. Not only will Aran have roughly the same size army, he will also have an army of better units with the 8 strength coming online next turn, and he will have more efficient movement, although Nizar has done a lot in the last couple turns to even that out with the water, the coastals there.
And let's not
I
forget, all of his unique units are coming out upgraded with 1 level because he has that +1 level on his range shrine thingamajig in his capital.
Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah, I hope I see it. I like seeing players interact with their opponent's supply lines, so I am hoping to see this boat that's sitting over there not anchored over by Nizar's line. I'm hoping that if combat does occur in the northern area, that we see this thing move in. There's a particularly annoying tile for the opponent there. There's a couple land tile that see that little indent to the north by the double gold. Up in that spot, there's a tile that's only touched by water tile. It's only touched by 1 land tile, and a spot like that is a good spot to throw in these boats where they might have 1 to 3 turns maybe of durability that they can trade off to block your opponent from being able to reinforce with the water, which is a huge deal when you're relying on that. So I hope we see some of that. The
I
players
think
being
the
aware.
really great spot is in this bay here between the lavender and the 2 pigs, directly center of the bay.
Center of the bay,
If you do there, if
are you talking about anchoring?
what?
Are you talking about anchoring?
No, I'm talking about just tossing a ship right there for zone of control.
Oh, I see.
Because if you do that, then any military unit from the south side or the central side of Greece would not be able to use this waterway and cross into Gorton. They would have to go around the long way, and there are no roads.
Yeah, any of those types of tiles that are hard to do damage to the boat, but the boat is nevertheless in the middle of those water supply lines, are going to be very high value to block.
This would be so brutal. This would be so brutal. If you're watching on stream, make note of this type of location. If you're not following me, I'm going to grab a Greek unit, this Axeman. Right? This Axeman can get all the way over here. This is a massive... So again, just to be clear, I'm holding on to this axe with the heart on it, the healed axe. It can get all the way to this front line. If this ship goes right here, because of the zone of control across all these tiles, this guy would have to get off here. Maybe he can do a land hop here, but then he's back onto land, and then he's no more coastal movement. So that would interrupt this unit's ability to get all the way to the north. And then the same thing to go south. Like this axe can make it all the way down here. You would lose that ability just by something as simple as 1 ship being in a bay, providing zone of control. Yeah, it would be cool to see stuff like that. I love stuff like that. I agree. And that is a good point pointed out from someone from chat. Clerics do have zealots and commanders as their preferred archetype, which does make them a nice kind of potential flex for a military family, since you can have a decent amount of generals coming from them. That is a decent point. That is worthwhile to consider. I am also going to step up from the computer for just 1 minute, 2 minutes. So I'm going to keep the camera focused. I don't know, in the north in case they fight. And then I'll be back in, I don't know, 1 second. Right, back. Oh wow. Yeah, so we have at least two level 4 um mounted lancers once he decides to upgrade them. That's great. And another level 3. Wild. Our heir of the tactics. Heir. 15 years old. Oh, it looks like we had a regime change. We have a diplomat, intelligent regent on the throne, so our commander died. That's a bit unfortunate. No big deal, though.
I'm back.
Although, I guess the
Get a break.
diplomat ruler will increase these opinions, which is nice. Yeah, everybody took a break.
Yeah, I figured. Are you taking down a look at the lineups right now for the families?
Yeah, I had just noticed that a diplomat regent is currently on the throne. The commander died. We have a 15-year-old heir in tactics, which is nice. But even I was thinking how even the diplomat's not too bad because we're getting plus 60 opinion everywhere. Although I guess we don't really need it because, man,
Diplomat's
these family
intelligent too.
opinions in Egypt are amazing. But yes, the diplomat is intelligent. So we have 152 science per turn right now, which is just awesome for turn 64, guys. Very nice place to be. Getting an opulence point. Is this autonomous? No, we're just getting an opulence point because why not? Love it.
I feel like opulence. Don't they have legitimacy? I don't really know. I'd never built this thing. What does it do?
It gives you opinion. It gives you a victory point, and then it gives you 40 opinion for 80 years.
Huh. Interesting. That is. Is it also related to? He has a ambition.
Oh, that's why he's doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
That makes sense.
And a close one. He won't fail that. He'll get a late ambition on that. Control 2 mounted lancers. He should succeed in next turn, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like maybe he's doing some stretches. Maybe that's why he asked for the 10-minute break. He's like about to go to war and he just wants to limber up first.
Oh, I hope so. Imagine that.
His lancers.
I mean, it's his turn currently, so it's paused. He hasn't done anything, and this is the turn that he can upgrade all of his stuff to mounted lancers. So I kind of feel like you're right. Maybe he's like, all right, I'm going to stretch this out, and then I'm going to go kick this guy's ass.
Yeah, a lot of hand and finger stretches, I imagine.
Yeah.
Don't want any misclicks to happen with no undo.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh. Economy's, him being Aran here, is the side I'm looking at the moment. His economy is in pretty decent shape. It's very focused. Again, he's had a game plan, and he's been laser focused on that, in my opinion, right? It was get these law timings, get the coastal dominance, get all the tiles purchased so you have the infinite movement. You know, he targeted wonder, the science and food wonder for his Egyptian strategy there, followed by, you know, he got to snipe pyramids. I don't think that was necessarily part of his game plan of getting the pyramids in there as well, but it was available. He had the stone, great. And now we're going to see that pay off. This is a turn 64 UU timing, 8 strength UU timing. It's pretty solid. And not just like getting there. Like I had a opponent hit a turn 51 8 strength UU timing versus me recently, which was, I'm like, okay. But this is not just hitting the timing. This is with 7 units prepped, right? Yeah. No, sorry, 8. 8 light chariots out and ready for upgrades with he has the training and the food and the wood. He has everything for these, right? They're what, 150, 100 for upgrade? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Go look.
And the economy is the biggest thing. I think that's another thing. We talk about the culture, we talk about the laws and the science and all that stuff. But then even if you hit all those things out of the park, then all of a sudden you notice a situation where it's like, oh, you're not making, like, you're Rome and you're making, 40 iron per turn. Well, that's not going to sustain a mass unique unit timing upgrade or push or whatever. So, Aran has everything he needs to flex this timing attack.
Yeah, I think he'll be shy
on turn 64. So I think that's pretty solid timing.
All right, because it's a full training cost to upgrade a unit, right? So he's got, what is this? It's 160.
I don't think
so you need 1280 to get all of them.
Yeah.
And then, but I mean, that's if you look at the resources at 1120, so he's short 2 this turn, and he gets another 1 next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So he can do 6 of his 8 this turn and the 7th next turn. And he has the wooden lumber to support those entirely, and he can build more.
Yes.
Starting this turn. I mean, this is well thought out and well executed in terms of getting all the pieces together, minus the culture.
Other element about this, which is my personal favorite element, you don't necessarily need to do this with a 4 strength, with a 4-year mounted lancer, but if you really want to drive it home, Aran has his civics economy where he could very easily rush out another maybe 3 or 4 of these things before he runs out of civics if he wants to.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's true. He's got 1,500 banked civics.
Yeah. That's the type of leverage that I like to exact at this moment. If I really think, okay, I'm going to bring the hammer down and end it, I just, rush out a bunch of units too, if I can.
I think I'd like to see him hold that for 2 turns. He's in hydraulics in 2 turns, which means he can civics rush ballista.
Ooh, ballistas. Yeah, that would be better. That would be smarter. Yeah.
Because the unit that maybe counters his lancers, or at least puts up a fight, are the Greek UUs, which are infantry.
No,
which are going to get decimated by ballista.
I agree 100%. Yes, the civics should be saved for ballistas. Yeah, 100. Especially because you can rush them from more locations, so you can get them for the cheapest cost, civics wise.
Yeah, it's smart too. Spread it out.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other nice thing about polytheism with divine rule here is he can have that +1 level range shrine in every city if he prioritized it. So those ballista hypothetically could be coming out regardless of barracks, regardless of anything, if they're rushed out of a city with that shrine.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. How are the Greeks families? So Egypt is over 200 on all 3 families, which is really well managed. I haven't been paying exact
Politics
attention
had the very happy champions family at over 400. And their artisans were fine a second ago, but it looks like their artisans have become upset over something. I'm not quite sure what.
Man, I think you're right about the diplomat really paying off here, because I was thinking maybe this is a bunch of manipulation by Aran over a series of turns setting up for this to get his family opinions ready. But then I just realized that can't be the case because he's got a regent. Oh, so this is the diplomat regent really coming in clutch here. And I guess good coverage of his religions too.
Yeah, a lot of that I think is actually religion opinion because the diplomat only at 60, and he's like well over 200 with two of his families.
Yeah, for sure. Some of it's going to be other stuff, but even his religion opinion is going to have suffered, right? Because part of the religion opinion is defined by the religious leader's opinion, and the religious leader's opinion is in reference to your leader. So if your leader just changed, it's blind luck if that person likes your regent to begin with.
Yeah, no, exactly. Oh man, I'll be really curious to see what Aran decides because I feel like, I
I
mean,
have a feeling it's going to be Lancers.
no, I know, but like where I want to see, I feel like this is just waiting for Aran to be like, basically the announcement that Nizar is done, and I'm curious how he chooses to announce that.
Yeah, yeah. I, if you'd asked me 15 turns ago, did I think Nizar had even a sliver of a chance? I'd have said no. But if I look at this now, I think, it's going to be devastating, these hits. And if Aran can just maintain a momentum with these units, that will be extremely powerful and might just force a concede. Yeah, as I look around Nizar's, what I was going to say was that the Lancers are not a very resilient unit, right? It's
No.
not like they're tanky in much of any way. So units with a high valued like damage boost versus them are going to remove them from the field at a relatively decent pace. So I was wondering if the Greek unique units were going to be enough, but I don't actually see all that many when I look around his empire.
No.
I see these axes standing around. I see one spear that I think was I think it was built. I feel like it was a event spear.
And
And
the
I see this
unfortunate
ballista.
thing is Greece doesn't really have the economy that to support much when it comes to phalangites or hoplites entering the field. We're 3 turns away from our 7th law, but I mean, it's still going to
Yeah.
need the resources to upgrade, let alone build phalangites.
And it's 560 gold per, whatever you just called that, phalangite or phalangite. How do you say that word?
Phalangite?
Phalangite. Okay. It's 560 gold per phalangite just in terms of wood cost.
Yeah.
Forget building it or anything else. So, yeah, that is going to be pretty nasty. And remember, Greece just spent the last 5 or 10 turns buying tiles, right?
Yeah.
So Aran's going to be aware of, even if not particularly maybe tracking on the direct amount. I mean, even this turn, like Greece has 4 units that spent turns buying, and Greece is at 29 gold. Literally dumped his whole bank into getting these the colony tiles. Is he also stuck on colonies right now? He's on colonies. He does not yet have serfdom.
Yeah. That's
So
the
he can
thing.
swap
Again,
over,
it
but
was
it's
a
another
misplay, but I
-400.
did that. I that was one of the things that made me decide to attack when I did against Aran. Was all like, oh man, he's stealing colonies, and I didn't want him to be in serfdom because I knew he had the ordered advantage as Assyria. So if you're again Greece and Greece happens to be in colonies and not serfdom, I think that's another nice moment to maybe try and take advantage of that if you think you have the leverage.
Oh my God, too. Look at Greece's orders, too. He's at 22 orders with 3 in improvements. So he's only got 25 total orders in this configuration.
Yeah, not too great.
And Egypt, on the flip side, is 32 plus 18. So he's got 50 orders.
Yeah.
5-0
oh boy.
compared to so it's double the orders with a stronger unit,
Oh
a better
boy.
economy for coming back in, and full civics for rushing. Oh, okay.
We do have an unlimbering onager in Pelusium up north, so I mean that'll definitely provide battlefield coverage. I'll be curious to see if. All right, I've done my moves for the turn. Let me know when you're back and if you're ready for me to end. Okay, so the turn is ending, and we're headed to Nizar now.
You know what this does give the opportunity for?
What?
This gives the opportunity for Nizar to show us heroic levels of combat skills, right? Because that is one thing you can't
100%.
tell from all these graphs. You can't tell from just the resources here is how do the players handle their units in combat?
Oh yeah. Well, I completely agree. We've seen that multiple times. Ninja versus Oro was a game where it's all like, what we consistently. I remember I watched that entire game, all 7 hours of that game. I watched it was live streamed for one session, and
I haven't seen it. Tell me what happened.
it basically the brief summary is Ninja just careened ahead in science and every measurable metric, but his one weakness was he was playing Greece and he never built a single garrison. So rather than having an insane unique unit timing, he just never built unique units. But anyway, point being is he attacked several times his opponents and had very strong leverage, very strong upgrade, very strong forces, and Oro just tactically kept outmaneuvering him, which was surprising. And then even I think Nizar's last match, against Alcor. Was it against Alcoris? Yeah, against Alcoris. That was a great fight because even though Nizar won, going into that first battle between Nizar and Alcoris, the very first session I think it was, or maybe the second session, there was this idea of like, well, Alcoris is totally going to lose here because Nizar has all the advantages or whatever, and then Alcoris kept staying in the fight. He kept defending himself. So yeah, you're right. I mean, this is the only thing that I'm worried about is that from my experience, my perception, whether it's the correct assessment or not, I've already been on the opposite end of this against Aran, where it's all like, it felt like in a moment I had the advantages, and yet tactically,
So what you're saying is that is not one of his weaknesses.
I don't right. So I don't think we're gonna see. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I worry for Nizar that I don't think this is gonna swing tactically in his favor, because I feel like I already had an opportunity to beat Aran with a bunch of advantages and I totally failed.
Well, it is now the turn we've been waiting for.
All right.
For this entire session, which
Very
is
exciting.
these 8 strength UUs have hit the field en masse.
Turn 65,
the
solid
access.
timing on that. Solid timing.
Yep.
I think if you can do a unique law, I think if you can do the 7 law timing anytime before turn 70, I think that's solid.
I don't think I'm going to that northern city. I mean, maybe you might look at that and go, those are unfortified axes, not in forest, standing around in a clump waiting to be murdered.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, well, the decisive blow would be to chunk a bunch of units off the field, and that would be a totally reasonable
good
play.
God.
He's doing what I want to do too. He's
Filthy,
going across to the middle.
staging on the island.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see this entire game. I've been saying this. This is where you go. Because
wow.
he's got the boat in place. It's not anchored yet either, so it's not broadcasting. Although if I look at the site, it's probably visible.
Yeah, well, let's look at the perspective from Greece. No, Greece can't see the island at all.
No,
see the
but
boat.
Greece can see the boat. Yeah. And that boat doesn't just, I mean, I suppose you could think it's scouting, but it's about to hit anchor, right?
Now, the only issue we're going to face with this strategy that it makes me dislike it a little bit is that I think you're going to have to take some ships. There's no way you're going to make landfall with one anchor because your opponent's not going to let you.
But that's fine because the islands now give him permanent coverage from east to west. Although I would like to have seen maybe one boat staged in between the capital and Menethusis or whatever it's called in the center area.
All right, so we have some forward movement
Boats
here.
Forward.
He's really just driving straight for the center. That's awesome.
Oh, he's going to kill the Wonder. I didn't notice this. Greece started. I think this is an extremely greedy Jebel Barkle right now, but he may not. Again, this is the protection of having your head buried in the sand for scouting information. Is you don't know that it was a greedy moment to take this Wonder.
Look where the Jebel's being built too. It's being built right on the coast.
Yeah.
This could be built anywhere else. You could have this on this tile back behind Pella, but instead, nope, it's right where your opponent could just come in and take it.
You know what the interesting part of that is too? That might be the morale damage that we didn't want to see in Nizar because we wanted to fight.
Oh yeah.
But if you look at like Nizar's resources, he is down to the wire on everything. He's at 0 gold, 10 food, 0 iron, 100 stone, and 30 wood, and that's it in 21 orders, right? His whole bank of resources is basically empty. He spent it all in the last couple turns doing what he needed to do, just at the timing that's very bad for him, which is to connect all the cities like that. And then he also, I guess, scrounged up those remaining resources for this wonder. And the wonder is orders. It makes sense why he wants this wonder. It's going to give
Oh
him
yeah,
temples, and
100%.
temples are orders, and great, makes sense. But the timing for him is so bad on this.
Well, let's take a peek. I'm curious here. If Nizar loses this fight, where is he headed in the bracket? 52. He will be so anyone from Ice Matrix, Sabretooth, Fluffy, Ninja, or Bull Moose could find themselves facing Nizar in the future. So that should be an interesting.
Yeah, I love this stage of the tournament where we get to see the top of the. I actually like the. I didn't know about the structure either until I kind of told.
Oh, I love it.
This come out. Yeah, it's really cool.
It's really cool. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a very competitive person, so I didn't know much. Like,
Did Aran forget to anchor this boat last turn? Is he missing one connection?
He did not anchor. No, he did not anchor.
Oh, do you think that was a mistake?
Possibly.
Because the anchor range of the other boat is visible to Greece, which means that broadcast that's coming potentially.
Yes. So that must have been a mistake.
Well, we should write that down. Maybe the only one we see out of this tournament.
Yeah, that's funny.
He's been a solid player, and it's been really fun to watch because it's been a nice mix of strategy and tactics here, right? Like, and execution. All of the things coming into play here. It's what you want to see in someone that's currently the tournament lead, right? Oh, Chad has pointed it out. You know why he's built it there?
Why?
It's adjacent to the Shrine of Zeus, so it gives +1 order.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's another hill adjacency. There's one tile further back, and he's got polytheism, I believe. Yeah, he's got another Shrine of Zeus. Would have been nice if that weren't right there for sure.
That's funny.
But I suppose it's stacking culture in, well, not in a very I guess it is. This is capital. So you could be thinking about legendary wonders too. Could be thinking like, I want to have a shot at getting culture ahead of my opponent.
He does have better culture, but I mean, I don't think that's going to come into play here. Could inform his thinking, though, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, it might give him something to celebrate with as he watches his city burn. It's going to feel sweeter to deny him when the capital gets taken in a few turns here by these Lancers. He's going to know that Aran could see the strong culture capital, but is only going to get a weak city. So maybe it's the change will be morale damage to Aran.
Well, the thing about the Lancer that I find the most difficult to deal with is its mobility, especially once you get, if we get more boats in the water and get more anchors up. Not a champion city. I don't know the math on a champion city, but 5 mounted Lancers are enough to take out a unwalled city instantly. So,
Wait,
yeah.
the combat strength of a city was based on its population, right? So doesn't that totally depend on?
I mean, I guess it does. I forget how how much it augments it, but you are right. There is a population component, but typically 5 mounted Lancers tend to be enough.
Oh yeah, I suspect a city that doesn't have extremely high pop with no walls and no units inside it is going to go down very quickly.
So like Thessaloniki, for example, would go down in 5 hits, or actually maybe even 4. Chalkis would.
This is really costing Aran. This ship that's not anchored. This kind of kills me on one level. He's set up so long for this one turn. And not to have that ship anchored is really unfortunate because look at Greece. Look at Nizar's response. He's rushed to hoplite in his military city right above this.
Mm-hmm.
He has started a mine, so he may not be taking this threat quite as seriously as I'd like to see him taking it. I'm not convinced starting a mine is enough of a response here.
Whoa, interestingly enough,
not anchoring was somehow like showing him that he isn't under attack.
Solver saying cities are strength 8 plus 0.5 per pop. Thanks, Solver. All right. Interestingly enough, Greece has actually rushed every single production that they currently have going right now.
Oh, I'm still on. I see. Greece, yeah.
Or the majority of them. Like, so all of the all of the monks are getting rushed out right now too.
What was that with? Was that a? Do you know which type of rush it was?
Let's find out. I'm assuming training. Yeah, it looks like training. Yep, training.
Okay, so his zealot rushed all of his stuff. I mean, again, he's spending his resources
Weird.
well, but it's a very bad time for that.
Weird, yeah. I think you'd want to. Does he even have any training left after that?
No.
No.
He doesn't.
Oh God.
But I get what he's doing. I mean, this whole thing has been catch up for him on some level.
Yeah.
And he may be thinking, use my resources, spend them, because I'm not going to catch up if I don't spend my resources. He just maybe doesn't realize how close this is. I mean, he should be tracking, right?
What?
He can always see.
Is happening with this ship?
Which one?
Egypt just. All right, sorry. Egypt just moved down and. All right, so we have an interesting anchor. I hate this. Are you kidding me? Okay, no, never mind. All right, good, fine. That one. We need another ship, though.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, so that creates a difficult enough border.
Yeah, that creates a lot of points to attack from. And Greece should know this is coming. Not only from the boat movement last turn, but also, yes, finally it's coming. Yeah, but he should have noticed when Wasset hit strong culture, because he can see that. Even in the fog, even with no sight on the capital, he's able to see the culture of his opponent's capital here. So yeah. Nizar showing his mind state. Is he playing to lose? Maybe he wasn't as safely under the sand as we thought.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like it. Is he just waiting for Aran to end?
Now, interestingly, in addition to these Lancers, which I think will do the bulk of the damage, Aran has brought along 4 warriors. 5 unupgraded warriors. This is the warrior swarm.
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
Being deployed in real time. I'm excited to see it.
We got a Stompy Boy, too, for those who missed it. There's a nice Stompy Boy right here in the back, just in case we need one.
He's probably the commissar of these warriors. The first warrior to flee will be trampled by this elephant.
Yeah. Okay.
Does the ship have sneaky landing? Well, at this range, they don't need sneaky landing, but it is worth checking over them. None of them seem to have the landing promotion available. I suppose it could be hidden behind the first tier on this this Sage Byron, but if that is the case, Aran won't know that any more than we will, because we can't see the tier promotion hidden behind the unassigned promotion right now.
Yeah.
That is an interesting one, the sneaky landing. I don't know if I don't know. I like it as a tactic. It's a cool tactic. I don't know if it should be available, but it is an interesting thing, because one of the things you do not have access to is you cannot tell by clicking on an opponent's unit what promotions they have available.
Oh, so what you're saying is if you have lading that you can promote, you anchor, and then you promote it on the turn once your anchor's set up?
Yeah, and it extends it one more.
Oh, that's so cruel. I love it.
If it's in your own borders, you can do it even if it's not a free promotion, because you can promote while anchored and without breaking the anchor.
Oh, that is my level of shit. I like that. That's so funny.
Yeah, it's a cool one. You know, I sometimes, especially if I don't have a very dominant promotion, like a very clear promotion path on a unit, like it's if it's like 3 situational promotions, for example, and I don't have a good one, I often will save that promotion till I need it, kind of deal. Like often Heckler's a good example of that, right? It's super powerful if
100%.
generals and totally useless otherwise. But
I think hanging on to promotions is probably like an untapped meta for like, unless you really have been playing a lot of games or whatever. I think it could be an instinct where it's like, oh, my guy leveled up, I'm going to promote him now. But no, I think hanging on to promotions for when you actually need them in a moment is can be very worthwhile.
Yeah, although a double-edged sword, because even when they're quote-unquote free, they don't take any training, they do take an order. So if you have too many of those, all your attacks cost more.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, there's that too. All right, we have protecting on the Wonder. We have
moving a bunch of these boys down.
Okay.
But I mean, that's a sweet thought, and it matters. I mean, that will probably protect that Wonder.
Bro.
Now, if these boats were 1 turn earlier, it wouldn't.
Dude,
but
we have 5 orders left. So now what I want to
Yeah.
see, now what I want to see, I hope we see this. Aran, please, for the love of God, take his champion seat in one hit.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly the threat that this type of
That is the
strategy
grossest
threatens,
thing.
right?
Because
The
the
units
other
have
thing
infinite
is what
movement. He's got total connectivity on everything. They're super roads. They're roads that are 9 movement instead of, whatever the normal ones are, 3 for
Yeah.
2 or whatever the hell it is, right? So all of his units can go show up, move across that land. There's nothing to zone and control them. There's no hoplites spread out across that. They're horses anyways, so there's only a few units in the game like the hoplite that can zone and control them. So they're just going to move right over, run into that champion seat, and just blow it up.
Yeah,
There's not
I
even a
really
unit
hope that
inside the
happens
city.
because everybody in the north, because like going back to what we were talking about earlier, this axe up in the north, for example, can make it to this battlefield, but it will not be able to do that if this champion city goes down.
Yeah, and there's a couple other things Aaron can do to make that even sweeter, right? Which is he may not have the vision to do that. He doesn't have spies out yet, and I don't see a scout in this area, so he's only going to have kind of what the boat can see. But he can do things like he doesn't have to have all these anchors anymore after he's, for example, that southern anchor doesn't do anything for him, right? So he might be able to move all that first, make those attacks, then swap the position of these boats up so that he can block some of the water tiles. If he takes that champion seat this turn, it will first of all cut all those northern cities from the southern cities via water to begin with.
Holy
and then he can further cut the water by just dropping his units in the line.
Right, or screw taking the champ seat, just take the capital. This
Just
would take
walk
4
around.
hits.
Yeah, I think
Oh man.
I think only one of the few ways I think Aaron can lose from this position though is if he overextends too much.
Yeah.
Taking those cities for a turn is something, but it's not a lot, right? Like more important on the military production hub.
Well, if he does take Pella, that will destroy the Wonder.
Sure, but the Wonder is very low priority here. That's 7
Oh,
turns
yeah,
to finish.
Yeah. But also,
What
it
go
would
ahead.
dump 16 training out of Nizar's science pool.
It's tempting and it's flashy, but
It's flashy.
I don't know. I think
we want to be flashy.
I think what I want to see from here is I want to see this surgical play. I want to see what we've seen from Aaron from this game and his previous game. I want to see the dismantling of this empire with this strategy. I want to see these units going to places where Greece cannot respond without, force marching or without spending all of their orders to get a couple units in. I want to see this incredible movement network that Aaron has set up in this game. I want to see it pay off. So I don't want to see him charge into where the Greek units are most concentrated. I want him to go to the spots where the Greek units are either least concentrated or easiest to pick off. So we'll see.
So for all of you watching, look how gross and disgusting this movement is. Are you just going to start attacking head on? I'm going to be so disappointed if you do this.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't want to see the head on either.
There we go.
Oh, he's going for the. That's...
Oh, just take the capital. Just do it. Be flashy.
Just does he think it will end the game? Like in the sense, does he think the game actually ends? That question I asked earlier. Does he not know?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, dude, I don't even care if it ends the game. This is awesome.
It's definitely awesome. I am curious if this is actually throwing though.
I don't think it will be. It might make it more of a fight than it needs to be, but I don't think this will.
Shit,
throw
I had no
the whole
idea
game.
about this. I just watched Nizar change his city to repairing.
Yeah.
On the turn it was damaged. So that's something that you can only do in
tight.
simulplay, I guess.
Yeah, tight. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we go. So now let's take a
down.
look at this northern axe. Can this northern axe still get to the end of this fight? Yes, it kind of can. Do we have enough damage to maybe take out that champ seat as well? Maybe I don't like this so much, says Nizar. Okay,
So he lost the wonder from that.
Yeah, he did.
As you say, taking the city. I'm not sure why the elephant attacked at all. It just moved a unit off the shrine. Don't know why.
It did attack. That's how it moved it.
But why move the unit off the shrine?
Oh, I don't
The
know.
wonder was already canceled from the city center being taken.
Urban,
why the
probably?
attack?
So, can we get a good positioning for an onager in this fight? We still have 30 orders left. Holy shit, filthy. This guy's
Yeah, he's up to
screwed.
60. I know. That's when we did the recap before. Remember, it was more than double his orders, and he's gone up 10
man.
since then.
So
presumably,
actually, hilariously enough, right? This is an example of the body flooding situation. You take all these useless warriors and you put
yeah,
them on all these
throwing them
tiles in
away.
front of the phalangites or hoplites or whatever, and now your horses are safer.
And does look like the heir inherited, and it is a zealot for
Oh
Aran.
my good
So
God!
yeah, so not only are these units already infinite movement, they're now infinite movement +1. So still infinite movement, but you know, style points. And 27 orders to body block with these warriors. And actually, this play looks a lot better. And actually, you know what's hilarious about this? It's just I think this shows mastery again, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about the flashy move of taking the capital, or the better move of not bleeding your hard to replace units away. He's done both.
Yeah.
He has taken the capital and with trash units blocked the ability of Nizar to kill his expensive units.
Yeah, and he's
So
going to
he's
do it
done
even more
both.
in a second. He's going to do it.
So
Yeah, he has plenty of room. In fact, he could even take this onager out here and plop it in the woods that it can get to, unlimber it, and I just don't think there's no way that Nizar is going to take this back. Maybe you. Oh, and then after this, after you get everybody on the cross across the water, you know what I think I do? I take one of these ships north and block the coast, like you were saying.
yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a very well executed strategy.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yep, there's the trash warrior. Yes, they're going to take 13 damage from this thing, but whatever.
Yeah.
Still takes 2
All it
attacks.
needs to do is literally prevent the anti-mounted unit from connecting with the mounted unit.
Exactly,
If it does that for
exactly. And there's another
turn
one.
or two,
There
it's
you
good
go.
enough.
Boom, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, not quite a mass warrior spam, but the general gist of what I was trying to say earlier.
Yeah. All it took was double the science, double the orders, and the entire map control, and then the payoff is your warriors are valuable.
Yeah,
Nice.
Step 1, outclass your opponent a shitload. Step 3, throw a bunch of warriors at them.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. But 57 seconds left on this turn. Is this the first game we've seen in the tournament with just a one shot of a capital?
A one shot of a capital? Yes, I think so.
First city to fall, capital.
First
Number
city
of turns, 1.
I think that would be it. Yes, we've definitely seen somebody take out a city in one hit before, but I don't think literally having the first city of my opponent falling be the capital and having it fall on the first attack. I do not believe we've seen that at all, or anything close.
I did wonder about these warriors over there. I wondered what they were going to do, and I should have figured it out, but it didn't track on it till right this instant. That's very cool. I've been worried about these lancers, mounted lancers, being put in direct contact with the polearm units. So
What? This onager placement is just the fucking funniest thing.
yeah, well, it's
That
not
is a
bad
middle
again.
finger.
Not a lot of tiles that can attack it without,
Yeah.
like it takes a bunch of orders. I mean, I guess you can jump the water. That's not true, actually. But I suppose with
They can kill
rivers
it.
is actually kind of annoying.
They could
No,
100%
there's a river
kill
on
it.
either side. Look at that. There's only 2 tiles that are not river tiles attacking that onager.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Wow, what a middle finger.
Now, I mean, the one thing that Nizar has going for him here is he had 2 improvements being built in that capital, and those are canceled. So he gets +2 orders. So that's a win.
Brutal.
2 more orders to defend with, man.
Brutal.
You got to count your blessings.
All right, so the issue here is that winning this battle achieves you nothing. So I basically effectively think this is good game, because even if Nizar magically murdered every single thing that Egypt has in this turn right now, and sets Aran back to say he needs like another 20, 30 turns to build up before it can attack again, that achieves nothing for Nizar with the exception other than getting him back into a position to retake his capital and then also continue to try and catch up to Aran.
It's not quite true. I agree with most of that sentiment, except for the fact that these were lancers that were built over a period of 20 or 30 turns, maybe longer, and then light chariots that were built that long and then upgraded all at once, right?
Yeah.
So they're not easily recreated. So if as you said, Greece were able to kill every single unit in this set of tiles right around this capital, including those lancers, that would actually be a fairly significant setback, I think, to Aaron's military. Would it be
No,
enough to get him back in the game? I doubt it.
no,
And
no,
certainly
because
he's
that's what I'm
not going
saying.
to be able to kill all
He can
those.
currently do 4-turn mounted lancers in the capital. With overflow, that'll probably drop down to the occasional 3-turn lancer every now and then. So you figure even if we lost every lancer right now, we would get all of them back in like 20 turns, which yes is a
30,
lot.
right? There's-
Is like a lot of probably 30, right? Yeah. So okay, fine, 30 turns. So yes, that's a lot of time for Nizar, but Nizar is still playing catch up. He would have to.
Oh, yeah.
His capital is going to take like 3 turns for him to capture if he were to able to take it back.
And bets on how many lancers die this turn? I think 0. I think 0 lancers will die this turn with those warrior blocks. So even if he could start attritioning these lancers, your point, he can restore them fairly quickly individually. But yeah, I don't think he gets to kill enough of these to be relevant. And you know what stops these lancers from going to kill the champion capital next turn? Nothing. Nothing stops them from doing that. They don't have to stay and fight on this tile. They can just leave, and they can go to the next city and do this.
Which brings us to the next part of having all these warriors around, is you can move your entire force of mounted lancers north, and you just put a stupid warrior into Pella to control it.
Yeah. And I don't even think you have to, right? Because even if Nizar takes that seat back this turn, it still has a 3-turn capture to recapture, right?
Yeah. No, he doesn't have to hold it, but I mean, you could do that just for funsies. I'd be curious what Aran does
Onager.
next.
Oh my god. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Yeah, he did. He went to the Onager. Okay, so this is perfect.
Perfect for Aran, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Yeah. Okay, so now, also there are no ranged units down here, so you can literally just block off this coast. So all of these units are stuck down here, and Aran can just go north and take the champion seat, I guess. Or
yeah, this is a crazy move from my perspective for Nizar here. I mean, maybe his mentals are strong here anyways, that he thinks he's still in this game and doesn't immediately concede from that. But I don't know how he reattaches his southern units that he just moved out again. Because as you say, he's going to lose the capital city, so he doesn't have the water access. This boat can very easily block all of his units in. Nizar doesn't have range units to chase the boat off if it's not immediately adjacent to the land. So it's very simple to strand them here. There's no road east, and there's no water connection east. So even if he wants to go attack the city in the center here, if he wants to counter attack Thonis as he loses all of his seats, it's going to take him a million orders to do that, and they can never reconnect. So why has he isolated all of his strongest units from the rest of his army, which is up north?
Yeah, I would really like to see this Egyptian ship move 1 tile forward.
Yeah, it'd be good. But I mean, the water access isn't that far. It's only to those immediate tiles in Pella. But yeah, I agree. It would be a better position, and maybe we'll see it this turn. A few turns of spectacle, yeah. It's a lot of build up for not a lot of turn attacks. I agree. So, yep, Nizar.
Yeah, also, I agree with both. There's someone in chat saying honestly, there's no real move that Nizar can make that maybe even makes sense in the first place. So perhaps it's a little bit of too much nitpicking we could do here.
No shot at that. I don't buy that at all. If you're gonna stay in, because you either want to put up a fight or because you think you have a chance.
Good point. Check out this mobility, guys. Again, this is I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. The Mounted Lancer is my personal favorite unique unit in the game, and I think there's certainly a case for it to be one of the most powerful, and we are seeing why right here. We're just going to dip from the last battlefield directly to this battlefield. We're going to take another city in pretty much one hit.
Has walls too. This one has walls in a unit. This is an interesting.
This one has walls. This one has walls. Yes, to be clear, this has walls. Which
because Soren, they're not helping them too much. Soren pointed out, Nizar didn't even put a unit. He put a worker unit, but didn't even put a military unit in his champion capital. Nothing stops these lancers from going north and taking that champion capital.
Exactly.
But Aran doesn't want to do that. Aran has decided he's going to take the city that these units have retreated to, possibly because they're isolated from the northern units and can't be reinforced. He doesn't want to go north and connect the armies.
Dude, is he going to enlist the ballista?
Say again?
I think he's going to enlist this ballista.
Does he have a... Oh, he's got a zealot, yeah. Yeah, stealing a ballista would be huge here.
He's going to deny that ballista. That's like one of the few things that Nizar has going for him.
That's funny.
Oh. Oh, no. No, he's not going to be able to do that. Hold on.
Short damage right now. But he's got another tile that can... Is the city flat?
But no, he messed up
held.
by putting the elephant, the melee there.
He can slam a boat into the ballista still.
Ooh, he could slam a boat into it. Good point.
And that would give him the damage with the zealot to do it.
That'll do it. Or just bring an archer. He has plenty of shit around. Whatever.
Yeah.
There we go. And boom.
What happens with the worker underneath it? I don't know what that interaction does. Because there was a worker underneath that ballista.
It bumped it to
a
a tile. Yeah, it bumped it to the nearest tile.
But the tile to the northeast already had a worker in it, so it bumped it 2 tiles to the west. It's under the commander. Okay, weird.
Yeah.
Haven't seen that interaction.
All right.
It's funny, I didn't like the retreat south, and Aran not only noticed it, but immediately punished it, right? Yeah. This set of units is now totally blocked in. They can't access the water. It's not friendly water. They have units on the above and below them. They have a little bit of retreat to Pylos, to the west over there, but these Lancers are going to run them down. And he still can't slam Lancers with his polearms. He still can't get to them. There's another wave of units in between. There's one available on one tile.
I have a feature request for Mohawk. I want to be able to draw as a spectator, draw on the game, draw on the map. That way I can draw a big, sad face on top of this city that's building walls right here. Cume, the champion seat, is building walls. Again, not that it matters at this point, but still.
There's some stylistic pillaging going on over there. The warrior has moved up and is pillaging champion seat training multipliers, which is a big deal.
Nice.
If there were units being built. Little does he know, Nizar's played around it by building walls. Immediately rewarded for his decision not to build a training-based unit.
See here. Wow. Wild. Devastating. Yeah, so everything in the south is dead.
As of, I think 3 weeks ago, a comment from Mojo, enlisting a unit in the city center did not begin capturing that city center.
Yeah, it does. Right here.
It does now.
Oh, it used to do it. Or maybe it got bugged at one point.
Oh, I reported some bugs on it recently in my game because it was behaving really strangely with enlisting the units in city centers. But it is now.
Well, either way, great. Yeah, so cool. Nice to see that work properly. And we are now on the Greeks' turn. Let's see what damage we can do.
We maybe can kill that archer if we really want to. I mean, it's kind of hard to attack again. It's across water. We could delete our units in a symbolic gesture.
I mean, the other thing is Aran has 1,200 civics, so he's going to also enlist a couple of hoplites.
Yeah, that was something neither of us tracked on. To be fair, the heir wasn't yet 18, so hadn't had their class decided yet. We were expecting him to rush more units, but didn't bother. I lost connection. Did you lose connection?
Mm-hmm. I did not lose connection. I might in a second.
Back, though.
Let me look at... Game crashed again for a Nizar, so we are paused.
That often, in my experience, has been in a very one-sided match, has been a time for someone to exit. So I'm not saying he like disconnected deliberately, but he may not bother reconnecting. It's extra hassle for a game that's probably lost. We'll see. I think more importantly, maybe than the action, is that Aran will complete his opulence project 2 turns ahead of the ambition timer. So
Soren, I think in the case, I think it's not the ballista that gets bounced. I think it's the worker that gets bounced. But you guys may want to check into that. That's a good point. I actually, speaking on that note, I am very excited that that workers will be able to defend cities again. I have to admit, this is largely for a single player reason, and mostly because I think simultaneously, right around the same time, in development, not development, but like patch cycle, maybe just a month or two apart, crits against cities were introduced, and also the citizens getting bumped out when you take the cities were introduced. And I think that really contributed to a huge swing in momentum of how easy it is to take cities. And again, I'm speaking at this from a single player perspective, and I just think it made sieging and attacking into cities way too easier. And we finally got rid of crits against cities, which I'm super thankful for. But I've been wondering if workers being able to guard cities should come back too, and never talked about it, but I'm glad to see that it's back.
But I would like to see something done about that action. Workers as a military unit is a question mark with strict timing, right? So like if you want to play simul duels like this, where it's simul to begin with and swaps back and forth on turns, but you have that flexibility of making non-combat moves during your opponent's turn, which I think is very nice to be able to change city queues around, etc. Having the workers become closer to a combat unit already with the ability to move in to block tiles, etc., during your opponent's time is a little bit sketch. And it's really unfortunate if the reaction is going to be, well, no movements can be made during your opponent's turn, right? We don't want either of those extremes particularly. It's going to make the games much longer if you can't do any of the
I mean, I think in
non-combat
that case, it's like it's like any form of cheating or etiquette or anything like that. It's like ultimately,
we just ban it in the rules or something. You're saying? Yeah, that's reasonable.
yeah. Well, no, not only that, you also just expect people to do the right thing, or like for a good example is like we see people turn the repair on the turn that their city gets attacked. So technically that's happening out of order. That should be happening at the next turn. However, I don't think anyone really cares about that. I think we're all pretty much cool with the fact that we can just do that, right? So that's just a thing.
I think it's a byproduct of the system you're playing in, and I think it's unaddressed in the rules. And
Well, I'm saying I've talked about this before, and I think generally that's something that no one has said like, hey, that's messed up. I haven't heard people talk about that. But then when you talk about what you were saying about like, well, what if I'm trying to fight you? I'm trying to set up a route chain or something or whatever. And then all of a sudden in the middle of a combat, you take advantage of the tight turnstile and you throw a worker in my way. Well, that feels way more in my face of you abusing the turnstile rather than
nothing is an abuse. It's only inside the rule. It's only inside the rules that you're playing in. So if that's not defined by the tournament, okay,
got you.
They can do whatever they want with that. And
no,
if
exactly.
the game allows it mechanically, they can do what they want with it.
Yeah,
so in the sense of one of two things needs to happen. Possibly in tournament rules that needs to be directly addressed, which would save any sort of actual mechanical implementation. But the point I was actually trying to make was the more you create the worker in a role that is both a military and a civilian unit, the more you have to then look at the other systems that impacts. And one of those is the tight turn timer, right? Which makes a distinction between military moves and non-military moves. And the workers are going to bridge that more and more as they get buffed like that.
Yeah. Well, personally, I've been joking forever that I think the workers and civilian units should just be on an invisible layer or their own layer anyway, where they literally, like if you take a military unit and you... Yeah, if you take a military unit and step it on top of a worker, it should just bump the worker, whether I can see the worker or not. And that's just because as much as I love it and as cheeky as it can be, it's kind of ridiculous that you can bring 6 workers into a fight and do some serious logistical shit with them. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's as long as it's a decision, I don't really care. In the sense of, I don't like accidental behaviors that are not addressed by rules screwing things up. But it's a different thing entirely if it's kind of like, we intend for it to be this way, and if we as players don't like it, we can ban it if we really want to from a rule set, or we can deal with it kind of deal. So I'm less concerned, I think, with workers. They have, it is annoying for something like a route chain, or like when I'm thinking I'm on my turn and my opponent makes moves during my turn that are military in nature. I think that would bother me from a game perspective a little bit. But you know, if that is like in turn-based back and forth like Cloud Duel and my opponent uses workers to block things, I'm not so worried about it. It's not that the worker is too strong, it's that the intrusion into my turn is too strong, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think the worker's too strong personally, but that's just my opinion.
Sure. Yeah. It could be that if that is the case, or that's how you see it. I think that calls for a different response.
Yeah, no,
is
yeah.
my point.
I just saying because it's like there's so many situations where I've been in where it's all like, oh man, I'm just about to kill that unit, right? But I can't. Oh, so what do? I just put a civilian behind it, blocking the one tile that unit can use to escape, and now I've secured a kill on a key unit, but I just did it next turn. Where it's like even if they kill the worker, it's like, well then they had to they're still stuck because that unit had to kill the worker. So it's like it's a I don't mind it because obviously I do it and it's fun and it's cheeky and it gets to show off how clever I can be sometimes. But I don't know. It just feels like we're using civilians for not the intended purpose from a design perspective. Like it feels like battles should be fought with military units, not with civilians.
I try to keep the. In fact, that's dangerously close to me for people arguing historical accuracy in games, right? Like it's an opinion.
Right. Yeah, like
and you're more than welcome to an opinion, but it's kind of irrelevant to like the actual state of the game. So like, if I think if I were to champion your position, what I would suggest is then try to get that changed so they can't, rather than any other like, is it immoral for my civilian units in my video game to behaving as military units? Is it immoral that I butcher 5 civilians?
It's not the morality. I think when we think about orders, when we think about the like that's why I advocate for the military worker, or even like the same conversation earlier about the warriors. It's like, because if I put something in the way, if there's only 3 tiles that you can access to attack my unit that you need to kill. Exactly. And I put something in the way of that is massively powerful. And that one thing that I can do to put in the way of that could be a worker or a scout.
Sure.
And that to me is just crazy. It's crazy. Again, I love it. I love to do it.
Intrusion into my turn. That's the problem. Because if you want to put a very weak unit that takes orders and behaves and has to do things like pay attention to zone of control in a spot that I have to attack through on your turn, and then it's my turn, I'll just attack through it. That's fine.
Yeah.
And if you think workers are busted, workers still, I believe, respect zone of control, right?
They do. Scouts don't, which is fun to take advantage of.
Which is bullshit. With scouts, because that unit can do the same thing as the worker, but does it with the ability to just ignore zone of control.
I got a city one time that could span 2 turn scouts, and I absolutely just brought like 6 scouts into a combat with me just to freaking weave through zone of control. It was funny.
What's FWIW as an abbreviation? Soren just responded to this conversation.
Oh, hey. Yes, thanks, Soren. So Soren says, for those of you watching after the fact on YouTube, first of all, thanks, Soren, for being here watching with us and commenting. And Soren, our fearless leader, says, for what it's worth, we're trying to make workers' behavior consistent. It functions like a military unit on defense, then should function that way on defense in all cases. I agree there is a weird issue in terms of turnstile. Not sure what is the best solution. Honestly,
that's what I like
basically my sentiment for turnstile is simultaneous into tight is the only way this format is going to make sense. I think you're just not going to be able to play network games consistently if we're not doing tight turnstile. So ultimately, yes, it becomes a sense of sportsmanship and etiquette. If we identify problematic behaviors within the tight turnstile, I don't think it's Mohawk's job to address it. I think we say, hey, assholes, don't do that.
Well, you don't even need to load it with the morality of that. It's not a moral thing. They're not being assholes for using the game rules as allowed. What you do is you ban it in the rule set.
What you're
saying.
I'm just
don't
saying
do this. And then
it's very
if they're
easy
cheating,
to spot.
they're assholes. But if they're just using the mechanics as they're currently allowed because they're mechanically allowed to do that and there's no rule against that, that's not them being an asshole. It's just them playing the game. So combat continues. We've seen an enlisted Greek unique unit. Nizar fighting for some reason, perhaps just out of frustration of having played such a long game and had no combat. Being pushed on 2 fronts at the moment, losing both the city down here where his strongest unique unit cluster has retreated to and been isolated and killed by this group of mixed lancers, axes, and the zealot archer. I like seeing the zealot on a ranged unit, by the way. I think that is a powerful place for it to be if you don't have the resources to constantly reattach it, and you do have the resources to enlist every single turn. Then on a hard to touch unit that gets the last hit when you want it is where you want it to be for enlisting every single turn. Simultaneously, I might add, I don't know if you've noticed this, Aran is pushing north.
Really I actually haven't. In our whole conversation, I haven't watched this yet, so there we go. Let's update the north. Go for it.
Yep, multiple places in the north, both still fighting over Pella, which is starting to be recaptured, but also in their border city in the center of the map north, where Onager has set up in city range now, warriors and axes on the urban tiles near the city center, and a small supporting set of archers and lancers moving up as well. So just multi-front pushing with very mobile dominant units, 2 cities currently down, one about to go back to Nizar, and another probably about to start flipping to Aran next turn. I think Pylos will probably go down. And is this an escape corridor that we've seen from Nizar? I think it is. They have built an emergency escape hatch out of Pylos, retreating back into Pella.
I dig it.
Pylos there. That's pretty cute. I would say it's a great move, but I think the Lancers are probably going to be fast enough to run them down and finish off those low hit point hoplites, but we'll see.
Soren, the official rule, players can technically use whatever turnstile they want, but the official default ruling is tight. Play it on tight. Most players start the game and play simultaneous, either for the first 10 to 20 turns or until first contact/conflict, and then they switch to tight for the remainder of the game. I think we've had a couple of matches played on strict. But one commenter did point out that if we were really concerned with shenanigans, then I think once we get into a conflict like this where we're officially at war, you could always swap to strict if you wanted to.
Yeah. I don't know if I know the distinction between strict and tight just from the language. I generally think as I understand the distinction, it's basically no moves during your opponent's turn, or you may make non-combat moves during your opponent's turn. This generally is things like switching laws or changing city queues or this type of thing, right?
Yeah. Strict is really annoying because I think we've all been into those situations where you're kind of waiting for the game to pass the turn back to you, right? So you're looking at portcullis and you're thinking, oh, wait, maybe I want manor instead. So you swap off to manor instead, right? You can't do that on strict. And that's the thing that makes strict super annoying.
Well, the thing is that why it's yes, it is annoying that way. But really the thing is, these are long, complicated games and people have limited time and limited ability to put hours into these, right? So really the more time that you can utilize of your opponent's turn to make your moves, the more efficient the game is going to go. The faster it's going to go back and forth because there's less things you have to do on your turn. So anything that can get that both sides of the turn timer being used by both players is advantageous for the game state as a whole. But what can't be in a turn-based game is military moves being made or quasi-military moves like the workers being made on the opponent's turn. So that's the dilemma, right? That's the back and forth, the waiting on either side.
I've had personally, I've had a lot of positive experiences with things like just gentlemen's agreements, and I think so far in the tournament scene we've had and that we've cultivated in the conversations around, what types of stuff should happen, what types of stuff shouldn't happen, or and again, the question, I'm not saying what you're describing is cheating because I do agree with you. If it's in the rules, if it's supported in the game, then it's fair game. But we've also had conversations of how to handle cheating, and even something like cheating specifically. It's the best solution to that, because none of us can really stop certain possible ways that a player might or might not cheat a game. Stream sniping is a great example. The best thing we can do is create a culture where people don't want to do that type of stuff. And of course, if we discover behavior that we don't like or we think brings down the experience for everybody, then we call it out and we say, hey, can we not do that? And we create a culture where people are on board with that.
Yeah, it's kind of what I say to every player who I play with and wants to pick Carthage. I'm like, hey, can we not do that? We kind of have a game here.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
No, and I think there are multiple layers to hit this on, right? One of the layers is the actual structure of the agreement of the game. And that might be you and your friend decide you're going to play, and you guys decide you're not going to use such and such a thing. Maybe it's Carthage, maybe it's intelligent, who knows, right? That's one level of agreement. And that's possible to do on the tournament side too. You can enforce that on you're disqualified if you do these things kind of deal, right? But there's another level of that too, which is the settings themselves can reflect that. And where the better use of resources is not really for me to say there. I don't know. But there might be, for example, an easy way to fix that. And it may be desirable to fix that, because one of the problems that comes into this is yes, you can do that agreement in this kind of like formalized game, but what about two people just playing? What if they decide they want to play on simul turns, or excuse me, on strict turns or on tight turns, and one player knows about these things and the other player doesn't, kind of deal.
Well,
That
I
kind of.
mean, the thing, yeah, but right. And so that's the thing, though. Well, that's one of the reasons why when going into the tournament, Alcaraz and I had a lot of conversations about settings and what should be dictated, and we came up, and other people involved were in that conversation as well, Fluffy Bunny and Kitten and others and community members, and that's why we landed on the idea that the tournament has a whole host of settings, everything from map selection and everything else, right? And we have a set of things that are considered the default, but then we also have a setting of like players, the tournament players themselves can change any setting they want away from the default as long as their opponent agrees with it.
Yeah, there's different layers to hit it on. I don't think it has to be done on any one particular layer. As you say, one of the simplest, immediate to implement thing you can do is you and your opponent agree not to do that.
All right.
But are you going to define them all? Like, are you going to say like no repairing cities? No, blah, blah. Anyways, yes. So why is Nizar still in this game? Any ideas?
I think he wants to put on a show for his opponents, for his viewers. I think he wants to give Aran the delightful display of watching the Greek Empire go up in flames. So, yeah, just for a quick recap, Byzantium is still being captured. Pylos has fallen this turn. Pella has been retaken with some swift Lancer movement. And, yeah. We have some moves happening in the north. No fired on the ordinances yet. How many? We killed 6 Greek units this turn. Haven't really been keeping too much track on the kill count this time because it's pretty much been a slaughter here. And Nizar concedes. GG, I did not build enough spearmen. He says,
He's missed it.
Nizar has surrendered. We have yet another victory for our hero and champion, Aran. Well played.
Yeah, I think final single most powerful statistic that shows this game is grove count. The grove count is like 12 or 14 or something to 0.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. It will show us right in the stats here, too.
Yeah, I guess it will. Let's go find it. Let's go find the improvements.
Let's see. Well, why is that not working? My tooltip. There we go. Groves. 13 groves in Egypt to 0.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
I mean, there's been enough build up to this game that the summary is not going to be very different than the build up. This was a well executed game by Aran with a pretty solid game plan. He had his timings down. He had his strategy synergetic. It was judges into law pushes. He rushed Jerwin for the science for his sages. Got that to work. Picked up, I think, an incidental pyramids. I bet you if we asked him about that, that was a lucky thing. Grabbed this grove text with science was never suffering. Went into 7 laws and just executed a very masterful, well thought out, well planned push. And Nizar attempted to disrupt that a little bit in the sense of, I think, did a very good game of expanding. Took at least one of the city centers, one of the center cities in the map to try to give some advantage to his game, but just really wasn't able to deal with that strategy. Didn't have an answer to that until much too late. You have a different summary?
Do I have a different? No, you pretty much nailed it. I'm trying to get in touch with the guys for a
recap.
Perfect conversation. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop into the Hanging Gardens chat rather than try to call them. So why don't you join me there?
Sounds good.
On the Discord. All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. There's over 30 of you in the chat now. I really appreciate you being here. I did let the players know that we're going to be doing a recap. We're hanging out here, and we have them live now. Hello, Aran, and congratulations on your victory. Hello, Nizar. How are you guys feeling?
Thank you. Feeling pretty good.
Congratulations, friend. I took a look at the graphs. You've had a commanding lead in many things for a long time.
Yeah.
Grove count. That was the deciding characteristic from the observer point of view to some degree here.
Yeah.
Did you say growth?
Grove count, yes. There was 13 groves in Egypt and 0 in Greece. And that, I think, is a big
Groves.
driving factor.
Groves with a V.
Ah, yeah.
Groves, yeah, Groves.
So
All
let's start with Nizar, and then we'll finish with Aran, just so we structure this
Oh,
a little
no.
bit. You want to tell us your game plan, Nizar, and kind of what went well for you and what really didn't?
So my game plan was, okay, all I have to do is out-tech him. That's it. That's nothing major. As long as I keep out-teching him, as long as I have enough spearmen, all that he does is useless. The thing is, I wasn't able to do it. The moment I saw the groves built, that's when I sensed the end is near. So I tried to keep up with monasteries, which did not pan out well for me. And I tried to get groves, but I kept getting sidelined with the technology. I couldn't get forestry. It was either forestry or ballista. And I went with the ballista, thinking that I have enough time to build up and get to him. I looked at it economically speaking, we were okay-ish. It's just science-wise, he had what 2,000 science ahead of me
Yeah.
Just
in
to
total.
just to recap, you wanted to get ahead of him in science and build spearmen, and you finished the game with no spearman tech and behind him in 3,000 science.
Hoplites. Hoplites.
Okay, hoplites. Okay,
Hoplites is like an upgraded spearman.
gotcha.
quite
I
literally.
just wanted to clarify your plan. That's all I wanted
Yes,
to do here.
that's
Okay.
yes. So basically, like I would have as many hoplites as possible, as long as I have hoplites. Throw in a commander on it. Good luck. Have fun trying to kill that.
Now-
Never got the opportunity to get to that point.
Now, Nizar, I do have a question on noticing the land consolidation, noticing the growths. You mentioned how you said, once I noticed the growth came online, I realized, oh no, the end is near. When you were
Yes.
expanding out, when you were exploring and expanding the map, did you happen to miss the number of groves on the map yourself that didn't lean you towards a land consolidation play?
No,
Okay.
I did not miss that.
And you were playing Scholar too, right? At the beginning, you opened Scholar,
Yes.
so you had a
Yeah,
lot of text selection available to you.
Yes.
Okay.
That is true. Sadly speaking, what you mentioned, yes, I did see all the groves amount. I didn't think, I thought that, oh, I can get monasteries and then groves.
Yeah.
That was the wrong
Gotcha.
order.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, I mean, your grove, I'm looking out here right outside these, not the groves, your monastery placement up in the north here is pretty solid. I mean, you have a nice complex of, 5 monasteries next to these 2 groves. I think, yeah, the big piece of the puzzle that you ended up missing was that you didn't actually have the groves themselves.
Yeah.
And that could have.
I want to elaborate on this just slightly. Aaron, can I ask you, from your perspective, having just played the game with Nizar, what do you think what was the most either disturbing or threatening, or when you look at his play, what was maybe the bit that had you a bit worried, if anything?
I think right when we ended first session, you were moving in with some troops in the north. At the same time, I was being raided by, I think it was Numidians or something. And I had some damaged troops in the area. And I didn't really know how much more you had coming into, like, backing up those forces. So that was maybe a point where I was like, this could be a bit stressful.
Gotcha.
Next session, trying to defend on like a few fronts at the same time.
Did you have considerations about pushing there, Nizar? Were you considering at the beginning of this session, end of last session, with those troops stationed up north? I think it was like a pack of, I think, a couple axes and something. Was that planning to maybe do some attacking?
Yes and no. I wanted, like, I noticed, yes, I have the opportunity to attack. He has warriors, he has slingers, I have axemen, I have 1 spearman on him. No, no unique units popped up yet. I saw an opportunity, but I didn't want to follow through on it because it's super risky. If I go then and there and I lose the fight, that's it. There's no coming back.
And at that stage, you probably still thought your science was going to be competitive, or at least
Yes.
hoped so. Yeah, yeah.
I was hoping, yes, I'm gonna outtech him. I'm Greece versus Egypt. I have sages, I have artisans, I have higher culture, I have intelligent. All I gotta do is play my game, don't rush it, just go for the long term. And
Yeah,
Two
you had
questions
a
there.
really good start.
Yeah.
I think you were ahead in cities and science at the beginning, but then I feel like this session I managed to really get an advantage and build up from that.
Oh, I see. So when you say Greece's science, you're not thinking sages because Egypt has sages as well. You're thinking the culture level from your cities being faster than Egypt's culture is going to drive a science boost in your favor. That's what you're thinking, Nizar?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, you're thinking the culture difference from Greece compared to Egypt is going to give you more levels of intelligence essentially ticking up in your cities compared to
Yes.
him. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just
Yes,
clarifying your
but then
thought there.
my leader died. My heir didn't have intelligent. It did not end well for me.
Gotcha.
Aaron, I want to ask you, or at least get your feelings about how you executed this beautiful blitz onto Pella, just kind of hopping across the sea and taking it out in one fell swoop. I think that's the first type of strike that we've seen in this tournament so far, where not only is the first city in a fight falling literally in one turn, but that first city is the capital itself. What made you feel like that was the play that you wanted to make? That you said, you know what, I'm just going to drive a heart right into the center of his empire and see what he does.
Yeah, I think having the biremes and managing to settle the cities on the islands made me feel very comfortable in choosing wherever I wanted to attack. I could do it. There was no sense in going in the north against all the champion cities. I saw there was some military there as well. So I thought might as well go for the big target and see what happens. Maybe I would get blocked from getting onto the land, like if all the tiles on the coast had units on them. But there was quite a big coastline I managed to get my biremes on, and if I couldn't go on the capital, maybe I could go for the other. It was an artisan city in the south. It wasn't a champion city anyway, so there was a bit more vulnerable targets in the south, more developed cities as well.
It reminds me of one more question I wanted to ask you, Nizar, related to this. You chose never to contest the sea, right?
Mistake.
No. Well, I'm not trying to point out your mistakes necessarily. I wanted to
It's
hear.
a big mistake.
I wanted to hear your thought on that. Was that you thought you already started behind the number and therefore weren't going to be able to catch up, or were you thinking it wasn't going to be relevant, or what was your thought process for not building any biremes of your own?
The middle one that you mentioned. I didn't think it was going to be that relevant until
Gotcha.
he showed me how it can be relevant.
Gotcha.
Big lesson on what to do next time when
Cool.
it comes to inland.
And you will
I
have
think
another life, Nizar, now being out of the winner's bracket, but still alive in
I
the
was
loser's
hoping
bracket,
for
right?
the full win all the way to the end. But
I
looks
think,
like we always
And
get
you'll
to
have
defeat.
plenty of time to practice because both of your opponents are still waiting for opponents themselves. So, Nizar, you have
Yeah.
a little ways to go before you encounter someone else. It should be a very tough matchup, though, because we're looking at names like Fluffy Bunny or Ninja or Bullmoose and others. So, I mean, good luck to you in the lower bracket, my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
What was it you were
And
trying to say,
Aaron, you're geared up to fight Klaus Koala, another fierce opponent that has won every match so far. So you guys are going to duke it out in the semifinal and see which one of you will move on and have to face the final opponent in the entire tournament. You've done so well so far. It's been an absolute joy and pleasure to watch you play. Pretty much, for the most part, flawless games of Old World, I would say. Very steady, commitment, very easy going. Like nothing seems to flummox you, and you don't seem to make too many mistakes. And it's a real treat to watch. And obviously, going up against you myself with real treat to experience as well. So kudos to you and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. It will be interesting to play Class Kolas. He has had some quite strong showings, and not sure how that will go.
Got a couple more questions for you, Aaron, if you don't mind. You have a few more minutes, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Were you so? Your first pick was the Aqueduct for Wonders, right? And this is the early Egyptian wonder that's pretty much guaranteed with the stone. You pretty much get one free one as Egypt. So you want to talk about your thought process for, you're clearly doing a timing rush, your thought process for the Aqueduct compared to, for example, pyramids?
Yes, I've been playing a bunch of cloud games with Egypt on Inland Sea, and I've been playing it a bit before, trying to figure out, I think since the clerics change when you get the divine rule, when you settle the seat. And I really like the German aqueduct with the sages, either if you have it in your capital or like the second city, which I did in this game to get an early science boost. Obviously, the judge is very strong to get the other laws, the civics for that, and also upgrading the garrison to a stronghold or to a citadel if you manage to live that long. Also, shuffling between slavery and freedom early on. Also enacting that law very early on is strong. Rushing out specialists when you get developing.
Judge.
So yeah, it's there's a lot of different parts that I feel are good in this kind of setup that I've been trying to practice and find out how it works in different scenarios.
Were you aiming for pyramids as well? Or was that just kind of your opponent didn't take it and you eventually found yourself with the resources to do it and you might as well grab it?
I think I took the stone boost, and I got some event from an oligarch where they give a bunch of stone and hold favor from you.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that it's very strong wonder for him, and I mean, if I have the resources, I might as well go for it.
Gotcha. The culture in your cap, so a lot of your timings came together really well. You had spent a lot of time building up your light chariots to get a big mass of them to upgrade. You had your law count, your science was cruising along. You were very good about, you hit a tech and you had your guys ready to capitalize on that. And I felt like one of the few things that didn't kind of line up with everything was the culture timing on your capital. Was that your experience too?
Yeah, I didn't really prioritize it that highly. I feel one of the strength points is when you start to pump out the sixth strength units, the light chariot, and getting them with the bonuses from the shrines, and also trying to harvest the horses so you get some extra XP.
Yeah.
Then maybe I could have played a bit differently to get the strong faster, but I feel like at that point the game might go into different ways. Maybe.
I see. So the idea of this push was either the 6 or the 8. In this game, it ended up playing out as the 8, but many times it might play out the 6 instead.
Yeah, because the 6 comes earlier, and that lets me stabilize the game, and then you can kind of pick another game plan. Maybe you go for more siege units or something else to try to finish it. Not necessarily always trying to go for the 8th strength, I feel.
Gotcha. One more question. That final push you did, starting of that final push, you set up one set of boats, moved all your lancers into the middle, and there was one boat, the final boat, that wasn't anchored. Was that deliberate? You weren't ready to go for that turn? Or was it a mistake and you messed up by one turn on that boat anchor?
Yeah, I messed up on one turn on that anchor. I wanted to do it a bit at the end of the turn to do the anchors, and I was looking a bit at some other moves, and then I ran out of orders because I wanted to move in the other boat as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, we wondered about that. Interesting to see. It's sometimes hard as a caster because I like to understand the mindset of what you guys are doing at all the times. And it was a couple of times I had those questions, and it's interesting to see how that broke down. Yeah, I thought it was a very well played match, and I'm really looking forward to your match with Class. I'm hoping to cast some of that probably. And that match, although it's not, is only the semifinals, will be the final position that a player can be undefeated without winning the tournament, right? Like one of you two are the only two who can go fully undefeated across the tournament if you do win the tournament.
Yep.
So it's
Yeah, that's true.
gonna be fun.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah. Any closing thoughts from either of you guys? Anything you'd have liked to have talked about that we didn't ask you about, or any thoughts for your opponent, or anything like that from either of you guys? Nizar, Aaron?
Congratulations on the win, man. Good job. Very happy for you. Hope you enjoy
Thanks
your time with
for,
Koala.
Thanks for a good game. It was a good match, and good luck in the lower bracket. Hope to see you again in finals.
Yeah. Try my best.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, and also, you guys could always rematch. If Aran wins his game and Nizar makes his way through the lower bracket, then you guys will be back at it one more time. And the fun thing is whoever wins the next match in the winner's bracket actually gets 2 shots in the final, because since it's a double elimination, you actually would have to be beaten twice by whoever comes up from the loser's bracket. So that's going to be a real tricky thing for whoever comes up to do, to have to beat Klaus or Aran 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic though, because it might result in a best of 3, one win each beginning kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
That's the only way that goes to 3, right?
I think so. All right. Well, thank you both so much for letting us watch. Thanks for joining in the conversation. And yeah, good luck again to both of you in your next matchups.
Thanks for casting. Thanks.
Yeah, super fun one to watch. Good game, guys.
My pleasure.
Good game.
All right. Thank you for joining us as a co-cast, Filthy. And I guess I'm going to be bringing the stream to a close. So, yeah, any final thoughts?
No, man, I appreciate the company, and it was a fun one to watch and cast, and can't wait to see the finals, or the semifinals, I guess. Later, man. Have a good one.
All right, thanks for joining in. And thank you all for joining us on the chat. Over 20 of you in the chat active right now. Again, thanks for being here. Really means a lot that we can all sit down and watch Game of Old World get played in real time. If you're watching after the fact on YouTube, please give us a like. Please subscribe. We love that you're here too. And hop onto the Old World Discord to join the conversation, where we're all hanging out and being active and talking about the tournament and games of the week and all sorts of other Old World shenanigans. I'm Siontific. This has been the Old World Community Tournament, and thanks again for tuning in. Take care.